research of Mary White and Calkins. Someone in the 1970s wrote a piece about her called Up With Our Foremother, and so I want to acknowledge that. I think it's time for Smith to claim her as our own, since she did her bachelor's degree here, and I also think it is time for Harvard to award her her PhD. Okay. All right, so let's move up. We're going to jump back to the 1920s. Now, Kathleen McCartney gave you a little bit of history about this, but we'll go in a little bit more detail. So before 1900, the department that emerged that was used for both philosophy and psychology was called the Department of Mental and Moral Philosophy. In 1900, it was changed to the Department of Philosophy. Then, and I'm assuming it was because there were so many students who were interested in the psychology aspect of it. So the whole time, starting from 1878, there were psychology courses offered. Assuming that more and more students were interested in them, so in 1916, it became the Department of Philosophy and Psychology, and then eventually psychology broke off and became its own department in the fall of 1922. And it's actually, it was on September 26th, so it's 100 years and 2 days from now was the first day of classes. The first chair was a person named David Camp Rogers. He had started at Smith in 1919 in that the Department of Philosophy and Psychology. So he was tasked to be the first chair. Kathy mentioned this, I'm just going to show you again. On the timeline, we were very early in terms of creating a separate psychology department. So as far as my little research shows, Vassar was the earliest I could find, at least on the East Coast, in 1911. Princeton, as Kathy mentioned, formed their independent psychology department in 1920, and then you can see Yale's later, Harvard's later, and Wellesley's even later than that. Okay, for students, I thought it'd be fun to see what people were wearing, what students were wearing, actually, in the 1920s. One of these pictures, the one on the bottom right, is actually from Smith, but the others are from different colleges. People dressed better. It was the roaring 20s. It was an exciting time, right? And in case anybody's wondering how much it costs to come to Smith, it cost less than $700 to come to Smith at that time, which sounds like a bargain now, of course, but was a lot of money then. And combined with the rigorous entrance requirements that Smith had, Smith prided itself on becoming the first women's college that was not a women's seminary. It was a women's college, and so the entrance requirements were exactly the same as they were for, say, Amherst College. And so oftentimes students would have to have a tutor in order to be able to make the entrance exams to get to Smith. So combined with that, it meant for a long time Smith would still be for the privileged few, mostly white women from the middle class. Okay, here's another interesting fact that I found. Rogers was interested in mental testing. So this was about the time when Alfred Binet started creating looking at ways to develop measures of mental processes. And so Rogers had his own version of this that was administered to students when they came. It wasn't an entrance, but you had to actually pass the test in order to get your degree. And here's a sample question. Underline the word that makes this sentence unreasonable. Hopefully everybody picks handkerchief, right? I have another one. Which of these two questions is most important for mankind? And of course the answer is obviously B, right? So, and there were more too. There were questions of mathematics and algebra and so on and so forth. But students initially had to pass the test before they completed their junior year in order to go on to their senior year. But apparently students must have complained because then it was extended to the spring of senior year, and then it was extended to like a few years after. You could get your degree mailed to you. And this was, I don't know for sure, but I'm just guessing that this was phased out because around the 1935, the College Board was created, and Harvard's class of 1935 was one of the first to have to take the scholastic aptitude test. So, but it was interesting that Smith had their own going on. Okay, so here were the psych offerings in one more picture. The department was located in Pierce Hall at this time, which is now our English department. And Pierce Hall was named after Arthur Henry Pierce, who taught psychology at Smith from 1900 to his untimely death in 1914. He was a beloved professor here at Smith, so they named it after him. So remember, when anything we're talking about before 1964 is being housed in Pierce Hall. So here are the offerings, and they're pretty slim, as you can see. On the left is the name of the course, and on the right are the professors who taught it. So they had a one-semester course in psychology, then there were 2 semesters in experimental, and then you can see there's advanced general, educational, social psychology. I was really surprised to see that, but in those days, social psychology meant any study of cognitive abilities that required more than one person. So language was taught under social psychology, morality and judgment. It's a little bit different than what we do today. And then abnormal psychology and mental hygiene. They didn't say mental health, they said mental hygiene back then. So there were about just 7 different courses, and the actual requirements were pretty much to take 7 different courses in psychology. So the pickings were pretty slim to begin with, and so David Camp Rogers was tasked with growing the department. So this is how he did it. He turned to his old advisor and mentor, Edward Boring at Harvard, and he turned to Boring's old mentor, Edward Titchener, who is now at Cornell. And there's a fantastic set of documents in the special archives that are his letters asking them about, who's on the market, this is what we need. And I have one example here. So this is an excerpt from his actual letter. This is a letter from David Camp Rogers to Boring. We're eager to have all the positive elements in the behavioristic approach represented in our work here, but we are quite strong on that side already and should prefer to get a man who is interested in problems both of behavior and introspection, who would work in both fields and help students to synthesize them. So the person he ended up getting from that was a person named Harold Israel. But using this approach, he also was able to get William Sentman Taylor, who was a clinical psychologist, and also James J. Gibson from Princeton, who was an experimental psychologist. And you'll see in a second that Gibson really transformed the experimental offerings on campus. One little note to there was that mention of we are quite strong on the behavioral side in Rogers' letter. The person he was referring to there was a woman named Margaret Worcester, and then she eventually got married and was called Margaret Worcester Curdy. I found this great picture of her walking past the Grecourt gates. And her colleague, her soon-to-be colleague, Elsa Siepel, referred to her as a crusading Watsonian behaviorist who was dedicated to eradicating all mental concepts, especially in the area of child psychology. It's a little bit of a harsh judgment, right? So I wanted to temper that by showing that, in fact, the fact that she focused solely on the environment and refused to take into account what the behaviorists called the black box of the mind meant that she was one of the earliest critics of studies that claimed hereditary factors for intelligence in different populations. She was one of the first to point out that differences due to impoverished environments, for example, might lead to results of intelligence tests. So I wanted to acknowledge that too. Okay. So David Camp is growing the department. And there's another really interesting parallel development that's occurring outside of the department and outside of the awareness of the faculty as well. So this is a person named Seth Wakeman, who is a professor of education. He was actually an educational psychologist, but he was squarely in the education department. And he was involved in a movement to recruit a Gestalt psychologist. impetus was to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Smith's third president, William Allen Neilson. They wanted to surprise him by creating a chaired research position for some prominent researcher. And they chose the Gestalt psychologist because my understanding is that Neilson was aware, his wife was German, they were aware of the Gestalt movement, and they found it fascinating. So, just for those who don't know, you just need to be reminded, the Gestalt psychology battle cry is the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Mary Peterson is going to give us a lecture very shortly, a talk on going into more detail. But the three founders were Max Wertheimer, Kurt Kafka, and Wolfgang Köhler. And so the interesting surprise to read here is this is a letter that Seth Wakeman wrote to Kurt Kafka on January 1st, 1926. He said, "This past year, we've realized that the Department of Psychology was in a sad condition," we've already talked about that, "and that it ought to be one of the strongest departments as the social studies receive so much emphasis on campus." Köhler was here, Wolfgang Köhler was here in December for 2 lectures and 2 roundtable discussions and created a great deal of interest. In a discussion of the matter that the dean and I had with some alumni, we worked out the plan of establishing a research chair in the college. This was to be a gift to President Neilson on the occasion of his 10th year as president of Smith. So the first person that Smith wanted was actually Wolfgang Köhler. But Köhler turned the job down because he had a very good position in Berlin. And instead they got Kurt Kafka to come. And Kurt Kafka, there's a great exchange of letters where he says, where Seth Wakeman is saying, Köhler hasn't said no yet, but please, don't get another job, Professor Kafka, just in case. And Kafka replies, "Don't worry, I'm not offended. I'm surprised that you didn't ask Max Wertheimer instead of me." So he's very collegial about it. Okay. And I have one more little parallel before we actually get to looking at the development of the department. This person, Ethel Puffer House, who graduated in 1891, was mentioned by Kathy. She also worked with Munsterberg after she graduated, and she's one of the people who accepted the PhD from Radcliffe, whereas Mary Calkins never did. She got married, she raised children, and then came back to the field after she had her children, and was very interested in applied work. She was before her time interested in creating opportunities for women so that they could actually have both a career and raise children at the same time. Back then, that was highly frowned upon. It was almost considered like moral corruption for a woman who got married to think that she could have a career when her job was to focus on her children. And so Ethel was able to acquire funding from the Rockefeller Foundation and had a setup here, not through the psychology department, but somewhere near campus. It was a think tank where experts were brought in to help develop cooperative strategies within communities so that mothers could learn how to share the burdens of housework and raising children. So she had funding for 3 years, then I think the college kicked in 2 years of funding, but there was not a consensus in the college community that this was a positive endeavor. In fact, many people secretly thought that women shouldn't have a career. And so it kind of fell by the wayside. So she was before her time, and if you read the poster of Tommy Ann Roberts, for example, who graduated from here in 1985, you'll see that a mere 50 years later, these kinds of think tanks occur all the time, and then they end up leading to fruitful research. So I just wanted to throw that in. Okay, so we talked about 3 professors who were recruited. Excuse me. And here are 3 students who were also involved in the psychology department. The first is Elsa Siepola. I've already mentioned her. The next one, in a rather glamorous senior portrait, is Eleanor Jacks, who was also known as Jackie. She got that nickname right here at Smith from her roommate. And Mary Henley is another one. All 3 of them obviously graduated from Smith. All 3 of them got their masters here at Smith. And 2 of the 3, Elsa and Jackie, stayed at Smith, Jackie until the 1940s on the faculty, and Elsa through the early 1970s. And Mary Henley, in particular, so it was a very exciting time. There were young faculty members. Mary Henley described her time in the department as stimulating and mind-opening, partly because the members of the department were, quote, young and sociable and liked each other, and also because they treated her as an equal. Even though she was just a graduate student, she was allowed to attend all of the faculty meetings. So it was a really nice time to be at Smith, particularly to be as a young woman. Here are the offerings. These are the fruits of David Camp Rogers' labors, right? So about 10 years later, in 1930-31, you can see that now intro psych is a year long, and the reason why they were able to make it a year long, or they wanted to make it a year long, is because it meant now that first years could take intro psychology in their first year, whereas in the previous years, you had to wait till you were a sophomore or beyond. So there's a year-long intro psych. There are some courses, an intro to Gestalt psychology and psychology of language. Those were not part of the actual curriculum, but I point them out because the person, her name was Martha Sturm, she just happened to be at Smith because she was working in Kurt Kafka's lab. And so this shows you that sometimes the curriculum that's offered just depends on who is willing to teach. You can see that we've got introductory experimental psychology offered, but now there's also a year-long course in advanced experimental psychology. And I highlight that because this is the course that Eleanor Jacks took and fell in love with James Gibson. So we'll save that for later on in today's talks, but this was the exact course that she ended up taking. Okay. All right, just moving back to Kurt Kafka for a second, I'm just going to point out how the impact of having him on campus. So he was an international figure, highly regarded, almost lionized by Americans for sure. But so there was this constant international presence on campus as a result of him being here. But he also affected young Smith students as well. So Mary Henley, I've already talked about her. Tamara Benbow is below. This isn't working now, sorry. Tamara Benbow is right there. She was a Russian emigre. She came over with her PhD, fleeing Russia in the 1920s. Eugenia Hanfman, who's on the middle, was also an emigre from Russia. Molly Harrower on the left bottom, it was from England, and we have a poster of her. And then finally, the most famous Smith psychology student who never became a psychologist is Betty Goldstein, later Betty Friedan, who studied with Kurt Kafka, did an honors thesis with him, which happens to be sitting on my desk in my office right now, and went on to do graduate work at Berkeley, but then dropped out. But she was highly influenced by her work with Kurt Kafka, and really considered him to be one of her main mentors throughout her life. So that's one tier. The second tier occurred when Kafka asked Fritz Heider to come to the United States to work at the Clark School of the Deaf, and he in turn worked with Mariana Simmel on the left there and created the famous film on apparent behavior that we mostly all know about. And another person who was influenced by the presence was Grace Moore, who was one of two, Molly Harrower was the other one, two students who got PhDs in psychology. She married Heider, but she also was an academic in her own right. So this is to show how influential the presence of Kurt Kafka was on campus, particularly for Smith students. But as I mentioned, he also was an international draw. Fritz Heider had worked with Kurt Lewin, and Kurt Lewin started a group called the Topological Group that met every year during the winter holidays, and a couple of years it was at Smith. And so this was the picture that was taken at Smith. And I'll just walk over and show you. There's James Gibson right there. Elsa Siebeler is there. Harold Israel is there. There's Kurt Lewin. There's Kurt Kafka. There's Gregory Bateson and his wife, Margaret Mead. So it's quite, and there are many more in there as well. It's just quite the cast of academic stars who would come and enrich Smith. Unfortunately, it would all come to an end about 11 months later. Unfortunately, Kurt Kafka died of a heart attack in November of 1941, shortly before Pearl Harbor was attacked, and that changed everything because all of the men in the department ended up being recruited by the U.S. government and left Smith. So that's the end of my little intro, and now I'm just going to go through the next 80 years by about 20-year segments to show how, in a very general way, how the department has changed. So we'll jump to the end of the war, the post-war era in the 1940s and 50s. This is a great picture I found. I call this Cashmere, Pearls, and a Bite Bar. It's an experiment. That's James Gibson. I don't know who the woman is. If anybody happens to know who that is, please let me know. But it is some experiment. It looks like it could be a depth experiment. This participant is holding out their hand. And it's just kind of interesting. This was the last year that the Gibsons would be here before they left for Cornell in 1949. Okay, so the country's the feeling of the country had changed at this point. The emphasis for women was on marriage and family, even for college students. And many people in the autobiographies of Jackie Gibson and Betty Friedan, they mention how the climate at the college changed. People weren't thinking about careers anymore. They were trying to become intelligent so they'd be better mothers, to be quite honest with you. And of course, this kind of feeling, the tension that created in intelligent young women would lead to Betty Friedan's work on the feminine mystique. Here's what was being offered in the psych department at the time. This is the 1951-52 course offerings. So you can see, what did I have here? Here were the ones that I thought were interesting. So you've got intro again, general. There's child and there's psych of adolescence. So that's a new one. We're breaking out not just child psychology, but focusing on adolescence as well. And we have methods of psychology for the first time. And let's see. Oh, the psychology of personality, which at that time was really not the way we consider the study of personality today. It was really more clinically oriented because at the time, a lot of research emphasized projective tests. I have a slide for that in a second. There are more, you can see that there are more seminars being offered now, whereas before it was all kind of straight lecture courses. The introduction of the seminar has occurred, and abnormal psychology has lost its mental hygiene aspect. So projective techniques were the method of the decade, and Smith was no exception. And this slide shows the good and the bad of projective tests. So Molly Harrower, I already mentioned her before, she actually had a very lucrative career designing, she designed a group version of the Rorschach that could be administered to 200 people at the same time, and she patented it, and it was then sought after during World War II by the military and others for, it was actually effective in gauging whether someone was combat ready after having been in battle. And Pick, on the other hand, who graduated in 1959, and I think is here. Is that true? Is Anne here? Okay. Not yet. Okay. We have a poster for Anne, and she took a course, I think it was the personality course with Elsa Siebeler, who not only taught about projective tests, but also studied them as well. And when Anne took her course, it convinced her that she did not want to become a clinical psychologist. Betty Gold, so Elsa Siepola would have the students self-administer the course, the test to themselves and score it, in the spring of their senior year. And Betty Goldstein did that and had this crisis of conscience because her testing came out as either hopelessly schizophrenic or a test-breaking genius. And she was so worried and so distracted and couldn't do her finals that Elsa Siepola took her to a conference where one of the developers of the Rorschach was present and got him to rescore her results to reassure her that she was in fact closer to the test-breaking genius. So, but I mean, so it's just amazing what a Smith instructor, the lengths they will do to keep their students happy. Okay, so let's move on to the 1960s, 70s. At this point, it was getting more and more difficult to recruit young researchers in the faculty. And so there was a movement afoot by then President Thomas Mendenhall to consolidate the sciences to create what's known now as the Clark Science Center. And since our roots in psychology here are firmly experimental, we were always considered part of the sciences, and rightly so. So in 1964, the department moved from Pierce Hall to 2 floors in Burton Hall, okay, where experiments can be done. And here are some of the interesting experiments that can be done. This is another picture that I found in the archive. I believe that's Fran Volkmann and Don Reutner, right? And they are doing something to a very large fish, right? Here are the course offerings at the time. So some new blood, some old blood, and some new offerings. Now we have, for the first time, we have what our department today calls the basis. There's intro, there's methods, and there's statistics. 1971, that's pretty early to be offering statistics, and yet we did. And you can see there's some new people who are present. Bob Tetsunian, for example. Let's see, for here I wanted to show, developmental psychology is separated out. There's Pete Putfall, right, who's in the audience. So we had some more developmental psychologists in the faculty, and so we were able to highlight developmental psychology as a separate sub-focus. Okay, 1970s was a time of self-reflection, right? It was a time when, as Susan Golden Meadow, who's sitting right there, mentioned, all the schools were trying to decide, should we go co-ed or not go co-ed? There was angst in the air. A chunk of Yale's first co-ed class came from our ranks. So it was a time when women's colleges started thinking about their future, right? So there's all this self-reflection. At the same time, you had the increased focus of and developments within the women's movement, spearheaded by Gloria Steinem, class of 1956. We got our first, our 7th president was the first female president, Jill Kirk-Conway, and that was in 1975. And while she was here, she created something called the Project on Women and Social Change, which influenced the kind of research that was done in the psychology department. So all of these developments led to a new emphasis on thinking about women's lived experiences. So you'll see in a second, there are new courses on psychology that were offered, for example, on psychology of gender and women, to what Tomian Roberts calls feminist psychological science. So for the first time, there was actual empirical focus on women's lives. So here are some of the course offerings in the 1971-72 catalog. And you can see in the second part, which is, actually the first part's interesting because personality is lumped with clinical, again, because I think at the time personality psychology was focused on projective tests. But for social psychology, you can see that there's a course on male and female for the first time, taught by a social psychologist. And I think that might be it. Yeah. So moving to the 80s and the 90s, the major continues to be one of the most popular on campus, And the department gets its own new building called Bass Hall in, I think, 1992, something like that. And so the course offerings that were available, I cut out the basis, and you can see there's lots more different courses that are being offered. There's Psych of the Black Experience, Lesbian Identity. These are courses, again, reflecting greater empirical emphasis on populations that hadn't been studied before, and of course the students are calling for this kind of thing. There's also a breakout in the curriculum for physiological psychology, so you can see Introduction to Neuroscience for the first time, and a whole host of courses that are associated with neuroscience, which happens to reflect that that decade had been declared the decade of the brain. So we're sort of in step with what is going on with the rest of the country as well as the world in terms of the focus of psychological research. Let's see. And we also have, with the hire of Patty DeBarlow, who's here somewhere, there she is, you can see that there's more research, there's more courses on clinical psychology that focus on children. Let me just check 1 second. Yeah, so, oh no, developmental is still there. That's gonna end up being parceled out because I'll show you in a second. But in social and personality psychology, now we have the presence of a personality psychologist who worked with Walter Mischel, Phil Peake, and so personality psychology is now associated more with social than clinical. And just very quickly, so projective tests are no longer being used, and the research opportunities in clinical psychology for our students are focus on assessing clinical populations in adults and children. This is just a few examples. Okay, which takes us to the present. So these are all of the faculty. I actually came here in the fall of 2000, and I tried to remember every faculty member who had been here, and I believe it's correct, but I could be wrong. So this is, you can see it's a large group. Of course, not everybody's here right now. People have just retired, but it's a large group of researchers who do a lot of different things. And this is our current psychology curriculum. We have gone from 5 tracks down to 3 tracks: mind and brain, health and illness, person and society. And just 7 years ago, we also reconfigured our courses so that we have 3 levels. We have some courses that are taught in the general 100 level. Most of our courses are taught at the intermediate 200 level, and then we have many seminars, as you can see, offered at the advanced level. And you can see there are many different types of courses as well. So we've really come a long way from the early curriculum from 1922. And the reason why is that, it's particularly in the last 4 years, when I happened to be chair, there was a major reset that occurred when a lot of people, there was a big turnover with people retiring. So we have begun hiring people who study more diverse populations and the complex social issues that concern us all. And hence there's also an emphasis on applied research these days. So it kind of goes back to Ethel Puffer Howell's emphasis on the applied. It's all come full circle, and we're looking forward to seeing what the future holds. So I have one more slide just to remind everybody that outside of this office, of this auditorium, there are posters of 9 decades of psychology researchers, and there they are. The first one I want to acknowledge was not written by myself. It was written by Leah Holden from the class of 1968, and she also helped me do some research, so I wanted to acknowledge that. But these are our other alums, and I hope you have the opportunity to read about them. All right, that's all I had to say, so thanks very much. We have a few minutes for questions if anybody had any questions. Go ahead.
You showed one of the
I don't have an idea, but I can guess that it might have something to do with Freud. Right? It's easy to look up, though. I'm happy to look it up. All right, well, thank you.
Did I miss the part? Did I miss the part where Jackie fell in love with Jimmy?
Yeah, I didn't
To go out to the bathroom.
because Jerry wants to talk about it. I just showed the courses that she took.
Okay.
Let me put this away.
No, it's
No,
not
let's see, we need to
projecting.
put it on, is it lectern? It's one of those we switch.
You have to be on the piece. Are you on,
No.
where are you giving your talk?
It works.
Wait, let's just see if my slides come up.
They won't. They'd have to be on the computer.
So you can either mirror
Yeah.
this to this or send your slides to this one. We
Yeah.
can get on here. You and I could get on our account
Yeah.
and get them on here.
Do you have a,
But since I have a Mac and I have a lot of animations,
Yeah.
animations don't work well on PC when you simply transfer directly.
right.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just going to have to contact the guy, but I can't do it here because there's no internet.
Do you want me to do that?
No, I'll do it.
So this is a,
Wait, it is working. Hello? Oh, no, never mind.
we should turn this off, and then we should mute this for the moment.
Sorry.
So this is a Mac platform right now. So you might want to just try it and send something there and see what happens, because we're on the Mac right now.
Oh, okay, so how do I do that?
So do you
And
have a
then how
file?
I
Do you have a
control it?
file?
No, but I could create one.
If you create a file, I'll get it on my computer. We're not going to change anything here. We'll just send a.
I understand, but then how do I control? How do I move
Oh,
forward?
I'll show you in a minute. I'll show you in a moment.
Okay.
Let's first see if it even works, and then if we get that
Yeah.
far,
Okay.
then,
Save.
because I can get on
It's
my.
terrible, because we took time at the beginning to make sure it projected fine.
I know,
We weren't
isn't that-
worrying about anything
I know.
else.
This is like the pain. I once gave a talk in New York, and I brought 3 different jump drives. This is a long time ago. 2 out of the 3 didn't work.
Oh, my gosh.
You know, it's like, and I thought I was just being so hyper about the whole thing, just completely over the top.
But now we've gotten pretty blasé, right?
Well,
'Cause
I
we're
don't think
so
this is
used to it
blasé at
working.
all. I think you're totally, I think what I was doing was crazy, and it shouldn't have been that way. I shouldn't have had to bring 3 jump drives.
You shouldn't have had to. Okay, so now it should be in my downloads folder.
Yeah,
I
let's
didn't
let's
see
see
it when
and
I
if you can,
first
if you
went
can see if you
there.
can send a copy of it to mwick@smith.edu. It might be very large, and so we might have a problem with that. So we'll see. We'll go from there.
It will be pretty large, I imagine.
But
All
let's
right,
just
now
see.
where is it? Where is it? All these things I've opened since. Let me find it. All right. So I send it to you.
Yeah, let's give it.
But
see
I
if we
have to
can
get
it
on the internet, right? I thought there is an internet in this room. Is there internet in
Is
this
there
room?
no internet?
MJ just said that. Let's see.
Are you on Eduroam or?
Well, I would need internet, right?
Right, you'd have to get onto the Smith system. Okay, let's try another thing. It's probably going to require, this is like I'm not the super technical person. I just happen to teach in this room.
Uh-huh. Here comes MJ anyway. What did she learn? MJ, what did you learn? What did you learn?
Oh, we got one that works.
Put it back on yours. Here, see if this works.
that we start with a pointillistic array, like the retinal, quote, image, end quote. And what you see here is the green and red and blue dots corresponding to the long, short, and medium wavelength receptors that we have in our retina. And the receptors are just little small receptors, and so the structuralists assumed we had this pointillistic array, and that somehow we organized that pointillistic array. Well, according to the structuralists, the way we did this was we applied memories and used our memories to group together those points that would comprise an object in the display. So the structuralists started with the very smallest elements and created complex objects out of those elements. Helmholtz worked in this tradition more or less, and Helmholtz assumed that we used a process of unconscious inference where we would combine sensations. So for those of you sitting in the back of the auditorium, the size of your head on my retina is tiny, well, even halfway across. It's less than the thumbnail the nail on my thumb, and that the brain would take that sense information and combine it with sense information about distance, and through an act of unconscious inference, infer that that person whose face I was modeling with my thumbnail is not a tiny, tiny person, but instead is a tall person at a far distance. And that our brain did this by unconscious inference. The structuralists attempted to understand what was happening in vision and in all sorts of processes by unconscious inference. And it was similar to this idea of, by conscious introspection. It was similar to this idea of Helmholtz's of unconscious inference. So from where you're sitting, you may see some shadows from the curtains cast onto the screen, and that you would be attending to your conscious experience and saying, well, yes, I see a change in the apparent color here, but I am going to assume it is all one color, the background is all one color. So this sort of introspection was the method they used to try to understand what was going on. The Gestalt psychologists, and that includes Kafka, Curler, and Wertheimer, came along and said, no, we should start with phenomenology. Start with the fact that we experience integrated, coherent structures. These were Gestalten in German. And they made the point that MJ has already referred to, that Gestalts are wholes. They are different from the sum of their parts, and they are not formed from the elementary sensations. They are not built up from those elementary sensations. The Gestaltists criticize this method of introspection. You cannot uncover the basic sensations through a process of introspection, and I can attest to this. When I first went to grad school, I tried it as I was reading about the structuralists, and I thought, how impossible this is. One cannot do it. The Gestaltists critiqued past experience as a determinant of what pulled together those pointillistic sensations. They asked questions like, well, if it's all done with memories, how can you possibly choose the appropriate memory to apply to one of these pointillistic displays? How can you possibly do it in real time? Because you have so many memories. To sort through them and find the appropriate one for a given instance would be impossible. Moreover, they can't account, the structuralists could not account for the perception of novel shapes, whoops, like the one that I had here hiding behind the screen. That you would have no memory that could give you that shape. And so for years people would say, well, really there's nothing new under the sun. When you see a novel shape, you're seeing it as a combination of many shapes. You've seen it before. And this was one way the structuralists tried to get away from the Gestalt critique. But the Gestalt psychologists said the primary units of perception are formed by the operation of grouping and segregation principles. They called them laws, laws of grouping and segregation. I will probably say priors a lot of the time because that's how we think of them now. But these laws would embody experiences we had in the world, aspects of the world that had become innate, in fact. So they talked about figure ground segregation, and this is the area I work in it. Figure ground segregation happens whenever we look at a scene. One has to determine for two adjacent regions in the input where the shaped entity lies with respect to the border and what is simply background. So we do it very quickly for a scene like this, but your visual system is deciding that the border between the blue and the green areas belongs to the blue area. And the green area is shapeless near that border, it simply continues behind. The border between the golden and the green areas belongs to the golden area, and then the green is shapeless behind. So Gestalt psychologists determined that some of the laws of segregation were symmetry, convexity, and small area or enclosure. Molly Harrower worked on symmetry, and when you look at these displays here, the cued regions are all shown in black. So the Gestalt psychologists showed displays like this to big audiences, showed them sometimes with the cued regions in black, sometimes in white, and asked the audience to say what region appeared to be the shaped entity, what region was the figure. And 90% of the observers reported that the regions that were cued by these Gestalt laws were the figures, regardless of whether they were black or white. So the Gestalt psychologists determined that these were then universal principles and that they were autochthonous, a word that they used in many of their writings. It's not a word that's in common usage, but it means innate, essentially innate principles, primitive principles. And that they were automatic. They worked automatically. So these were the segregation priors or cues. There were also grouping principles that the Gestalt psychologists identified, things like similarity. So for the display on the left, it breaks into two parts because the top dots are similar to each other and the bottom dots are different from them, but similar to each other. On the bottom, we have continuity. Here on the bottom, we have closure, causing you to see this as a closed diamond. You have common fate, separating the two elements that are enclosed within the blue circular outlines, separating the two that are close to each other from each other, and putting them into different areas. And then you have proximity, which is a very dominant cue. You break this grid into two separate columns of dots. Wertheimer stressed an overarching principle called prognance, and that is that you see the simplest possible organization that can be fit to a display. And here we can see it at work in the Olympic symbols. There are actually 8 segments there inside those circles, but what we see instead are 5 circles, and that is the simplest organization. So the Gestalt laws had started to multiply and maybe multiply too much, so Wertheimer proposed prognance as the overlying principle. I'm going to come back to prognance in a moment, but I want to talk about the Gestalt psychologist's view of how past experience operated, how and when. They claimed that past experience, your memories, could only affect what you saw in terms of what you recognized after the visual input had been organized already. So they wanted to account for universal perception. If I knew what that novel object was that I showed you before and could apply a name to it, oh, that's a bedazzle, let's say, and you didn't know what it was, you should see the same thing I saw, and past experience cannot operate, according to the Gestalt psychologists, before segregation has happened. So this constrained memory search also and allowed you to think about perception happening in real time. And I'll come back to that later also. So in the 1920s to the late 1940s, as MJ has already told you, Gestalt psychology was quite popular in the United States. Kurt Kafka wrote his Principles of Gestalt Psychology here at Smith after having been given a leave to do so. This is a fabulous book, really detailing the Gestalt views of perception and going even broader than that into social psychology. Kafka was an excellent writer, I understand from MJ, with a little bit of help from Smith's students who gave him feedback on his drafts. But he was the best writer of the triumvirate of Gestalt psychologists, and so he really was a promulgator of the view. But also Max Wertheimer and Wolfgang Köhler came here for visits, as you know. So Köhler was very inspired by Wertheimer's law of prognance. Excuse me, it's happening already. The idea of prognance gave Köhler the idea that perceptual systems in the brain were like physical systems. And Köhler had trained with Max Planck, so he knew about physical systems. And physical systems, if left to themselves, have a tendency to achieve a maximal level of stability. Read that as simplicity, with the minimum expenditure of energy given the prevailing conditions. So the prevailing conditions allow context to be taken into consideration, that is the whole. And here you hear the simplicity principle, and you can hear how it might have struck Köhler. So Köhler proposed that the neurophysiological processes that underlie the Gestalt phenomena were dynamic, physical, self-organizing processes that involved all of the brain regions, and for vision, all of the brain regions involved in vision. Köhler didn't know it at the time, but approximately 40% of our brain is devoted to vision. So he was proposing this self-organizing system to explain the Gestalt principles. He thought these were global electrical flow fields in the cortex, and he thought that these were then isomorphic with what was perceived. And we'll come back to that later on, but this was Köhler's theory that he arrived at after thinking about the relationship between simplicity in perception and simplicity in physics. So when he first proposed this idea, he didn't have the methods to address it. In later years with Dick Held, they used EEG, recording activity in the brain from electrodes placed on the scalp, that give you a sense of what's going on globally in the brain. They observed that electrical currents seem to move from left to right in the brain when a dot that was moving from left to right on the screen moved in the same direction. And they concluded, they took this as evidence for the electrical flow fields that Köhler had proposed. But this is a correlation, because the brain activity that they were observing was correlated with the movement. This was not really an experiment. They hadn't manipulated what might have been happening in the brain. In the 1950s, Lashley and others decided to put Köhler's theory to a test. And what they did was they trained rhesus monkeys on a shape discrimination task, and then they placed metal strips inside the monkeys' brains. And these would then short circuit any electrical flow fields in the brain. So their prediction was that once they put these electrical strips into the brain, the monkeys would not be able to perform the shape discrimination task. But they could perform it just as well as they had performed it without the metal strips in their brain. And so electrical field theory was dismissed at that point. This was in the 1950s. It had been given a go, and it was decided it was not going to work. In these intervening years, the subjective methods used by the Gestalt psychologists had also been criticized, because after all, they were just asking you what you saw. They had no access to what was going on inside your head. If I asked you if you saw someone else up on the stage right now, you could say yes, and we would have no idea what you were actually perceiving. So we don't have any access into your internal states, and so those subjective methods began to be criticized. So now we'll move into the 1960s, and in the 1960s, some seminal research was done by Hubel and Wiesel, where they put electrodes in the brains of cats in the visual cortex of cats, and they recorded from neurons in the cats' brains while they showed them oriented bars on a screen. And neurons have what's called a receptive field. They respond only when a stimulus falls on the location on the retina that they are responding to. And if a person is fixating, then the location on the retina can be mapped very nicely to a location in the visual field. So Hubel and Wiesel found was they found some neurons in the cat brain that responded when shown a bar at the orientation you see on the screen, responded maximally there, and other neurons that responded maximally when shown a vertical bar, still others that responded maximally when shown a horizontal bar, and these were different neurons with different receptive fields on the retina. They found still other neurons at a slightly higher level in the brain that responded when those oriented bars were moving across the visual field, and when they were moving in one direction and not in the other direction. So these were more complex neurons. And then they found neurons higher up still in the visual cortex that responded to corners. They were called end-stop cells. So I want to show you this here. So the simple cells were the ones that responded to oriented bars, then complex cells to moving oriented bars, and you can imagine a system in which neurons with two different receptive fields at different places on the retina communicated with a higher level cell that would give you the response to the bar that was moving across the retina. And likewise, combining higher and higher in the cortex to make more complicated objects. So these findings by Hubel and Wiesel won them a Nobel Award about 21 years later or so, but it also ignited again an atomistic approach to visual perception. The idea that we build up visual perception from bits and pieces on the retina. And here's a model that was proposed back in 2007 that still maintained this atomistic view. So here are the neurons in the lowest level of the visual cortex, which are in the back of the brain, V1. Here they are responding to the oriented cells. Here are cells slightly higher up with a larger receptive field. The size of the receptive field is shown here by the circles. And as you move up, the idea is you create a more and more complex representation of the object that is in the field, until when you get to anterior inferior temporal cortex, which is quite a ways up in the visual pathway, then you can recognize the objects. You can see, because the object falls in the entire receptive field of the neurons up there. You can then say, oh, it's a sunflower, or it's a cow, or it's a lion. And then the frontal cortex, according to these models, these computational models, is where the semantics, where the meaning is represented. Let me pause for a moment and say, can everyone hear me? Okay, good. So identification occurs only up at the high levels, anterior, inferior temporal lobe, and then semantics in the frontal cortex, as I was saying. And you're essentially building a copy of the image by assembling its features, its low-level features. So atomism, again, we're not dealing with the pointillistic array, but we are dealing with those simple cells in the back of the cortex. And I don't want to diminish Hubel and Wiesel's finding. It's really an important finding, but its implications for how we perceive the world were turned in an atomistic direction for a while there. In the meantime, the Gestalt views were revived. The Gestalt views and the phenomenal logical experience of perception, which needs to be explained, have always puzzled scientists. And in the 1970s, published in 1977, some beautiful work was done by Jim Pomerantz and his colleagues. So they did what's called a search task, and I'll refer to that again in my talk. But they would show people array A, which is the same as an array B, and say, where's the odd one out? Tell me, which quadrant is it in? And subjects would have a key press to let them know which quadrant it was in. So they got a baseline response there. Then they added other features to the display. And if you're thinking about an atomistic view, the more other features you add, the harder this is going to be. And so they added the same features to display as A and B, but the features they added, although they were the same, the ones in the bottom case were shifted a little bit vertically compared to the ones up in A. So now the question is, when you add those features added, so they're superimposed on top of each other, does that make search more difficult? It should, if we've got an atomistic view. But when the features were added in row A, emergent features emerged. Emergent features of the type that the Gestalt psychologists were concerned with. So you see closure in the lower right. It allows the viewers to find the odd one out very, very quickly. They took about half the time, or less than half the time they had taken beforehand once they added those extra features. So this was evidence that the whole is different from the sum of the parts, that the whole provides some emergent features that allow people to do their tasks. And there were features like closure, symmetry, and other experiments. Pomerantz and his colleagues did a lot of work using these stimuli. So now we have response times as a measure of how important the emergent features are to viewers. Some years later, John Driver and Gordon Bayliss came up with another method. And they asked subjects to remember the shape of the border between two regions in their displays. This small region that is shown in black, it was black in the experiment as well. I'm sorry, I couldn't get a color version of this. In the olden days, we could not publish color versions of our figures. We had to come up with all sorts of modeling like this to tell you that this region was actually dim red adjacent to the black region. So if you've got a white screen and you have a black region and then a dim red region on it, you've got contrast favoring that black region as the figure. You also have small area, one of the cues the Gestalt psychologists talked about. And Driver and Bayliss set up their display so that this would be seen. But they asked their participants, just simply remember the shape of that border between the left and right regions on the display. And then they tested them with either what they called figure probes or ground probes. And these were a different color altogether. They were gray, so they were neither black nor dim red. They were not in the same retinal location as the border was in the original display that the participants had looked at. They were shifted closer to the center, and all the participants had to do was say quickly, as fast as possible, which one has the same border as what you were exposed to before. The exposure of the first display was brief, And it was off the screen by the time the two test stimuli came up. And the figure probes had the figure on the same side of the border as in the display participants had seen originally, and the ground probes had the figure now on the side that was formerly the ground. And so what happened, Driver and Bayliss found that reaction times were substantially faster when people were shown a figure probe than when they were shown a ground probe, and accuracy was higher as well. Now, this was really interesting because it supported the Gestalt view that figure assignment happens automatically. The participants were trying to simply remember the border. And if they had been able to do that and not have the border assigned to one side and see that as the figure, there should have been no difference between the responses to the figure probes and the ground probes. Nonetheless, there was a substantial and significant difference, both in terms of reaction times and in terms of errors. So this was a huge contribution. I'll just say they took their conclusions a little too far for my liking, but that's an aside. But this was a huge contribution because they told us, they showed us that yes, figure assignment is automatic as claimed by the Gestaltists. No matter what you're trying to do, you can't overcome it. It also gave people a method where they could quantify the Gestalt laws. And one of the Gestalt laws was lower region. Kafka is responsible for the display you see there. He discussed lower region in his book, The Principles of Psychology. And in fact, when shown displays like this, people say, yes, I see the lower region as figure, not the upper region. And of course, black and white is balanced in all these displays. The criticisms were, well, it could be confounded with something else. If you look at the displays and you try to reverse it, which you can do, you can reverse, you see that the lower regions are more complex than the upper regions. So it could have been complexity as opposed to a lower region that was operating here. You also can see a portion of the white region through the black region. So there might be a confound in the displays Kafka was using. And they were just subjective reports that had been gathered. So other scientists more recently, Sean Becerra and his colleagues, have taken a variant of the Driver and Bayliss display, and they've shown people displays that have horizontal border, a highly articulated one, and the subject's task is to try to remember the shape of both regions, the regions above and below that horizontal border. They see this for 200 milliseconds, a 500 millisecond delay, and then they have two shapes, which one matches the shape you saw before. Sometimes they're tested with lower region, sometimes they're tested with upper region, and so now they're looking for some sort of quantifiable evidence that in the original green and red display, the lower region was likely to be seen as the figure. Yeah, so they had, of course, the colors green and red were balanced across top and bottom. And they also tested left-right assignment of the border here. So they're looking for evidence of lower region. They want to see, well, is there any difference based on left-right, or is it just lower region? And what these data are showing you here is the reaction times. And what you see is that there's no reaction time, there's a lot of noise, but there's no reaction time difference for the left-right comparison. There is a reaction time difference for the lower, if you're shown the lower region, as I showed you in the display just previously, a test, participants are significantly faster, not substantially faster, but significantly faster to make the decision regarding the lower region. And their task was to try to remember both shapes. So again, you have some quantifiable evidence that lower region is a prior or a cue for figure assignment. Others provided objective data when they introduced new laws or new cues. So here's a cue called top-bottom polarity that was introduced by Hulaman and Humphreys. And the idea is that objects in our world tend to have wider bases. They'll be more stable that way. If you have a wider region at the top, it's going to be unstable. So this might even be a cue that had been learned in our past as opposed to in our own lifetimes. So they're testing whether top-bottom polarity is a figure Q. And what they found in direct reports is that, yes, it doesn't matter if it's black or white, lots of different displays here, but people were more likely to see the region that had a wide base as a figure than when the wider was at the top, which is the complement of the wide base here. But, you know, those were subjective reports. They don't fly much anymore. So then they used a search task. And this is a present-absent search task. The question was, is there a symmetric object in a big display I'll show you? These were shown one at a time. Is there a symmetric object in there? And you're all trying to do it now. I know, I can see. The labels tell you, well, you can pretty much ignore all the shapes on the right. There's no symmetric object there. I hope some of you have found some of the symmetric objects already, and you may have some subjective experience that you find them more easily when there's a wide base. So there's a symmetric object in the black target array. Here's the symmetric object in the white target array that has a wide base. Now, here's a symmetric object that has a wide top and a narrow base, and here's a symmetric object in white that has a wide top and a narrow base. So, how many of you found all four of those targets? All right, eager perception psychologists at the front. How many of you found the ones with the wide base before the ones with the wide top? Of course, yeah. So here's their data. Again, we're going for quantitative data now. When there was nothing present, subjects, these are errors that I'm showing you now. When there was nothing present, subjects sometimes made a mistake because these displays were exposed briefly, and subjects would guess if they didn't find the target. But when the target was present, they made substantially and significantly fewer errors for the wide base displays, symmetric targets, than for the wide top symmetric targets. So again, going for quantitative evidence of these priors. Well, what about past experience? Rubin's figure ground display of the vase faces was something that was used a lot by the Gestalt psychologists. When you see the black region as figure, you recognize it as a vase. Nowadays, I think we'd say goblet because that's an unusual shape for a vase these days, but it's the vase. And then if you see the white regions on the outside, the two outside, as shaped entities at the border shared with the black region, you perceive two profile faces looking in at each other. And the Gestalt psychologists rely on the coupling that I just described to you between figure assignment and recognition as evidence that access to object memories came after segregation occurred. Because when you get the black region as figure, then and only then do you recognize it as a vase or a goblet. And you don't recognize the face profiles at that time. They appear to be a shapeless ground to simply continue behind the goblet. But when you reverse it, that's when you can recognize the profiles of the faces. And now the black region seems to simply continue behind the white regions. And the Gestalt psychologists originally and for many years afterwards took this as evidence that access to object memories must happen after figure assignment. But I hope some of you are sitting there thinking, that's a coupling. A coupling is a correlation. Again, it's not evidence for causality. Yeah. So in my lab, we got some anomalous results in another experiment we were running that led us to think, The basic assumption that I held, along with everybody else in the field, that segregation had to happen before access to object memories, that suggested to us that this assumption was wrong. So then we went after it with direct experiments. And what we did was we created displays that had two equal area regions on what we call a bipartite display on a much larger gray ground. They were separated by an articulated border, and the border depicted a portion of a familiar object on one side and not on the other. It's an object that we found in pilot testing many people could recognize with just this fragment if we asked them to please recognize this object. And what we're interested in now is when there are no other Gestalt cues present to determine what is perceived, can we see an effect of familiar configuration, as we called it? Well, we know small area isn't going to distinguish one side from the other. And we thought maybe we could equate convexity on the two sides of the border, but actually that's very difficult. So rather than comparing people's likelihood of seeing the figure on the side where the familiar configuration lay to the complementary side, we compared their likelihood of seeing the region as figure when the displays were upright versus inverted. So you have mostly seen women standing on their feet. You may have seen some standing on their heads, but it's an unusual view. We used stimuli that had a canonical or typical view, and we showed them to people either upright or inverted. This holds any other priors or features constant except for their top-bottom spatial relationship, their configuration. We asked subjects to press a key to tell us on which side of that central border the figure appeared to lie. And of course, the critical region was black half the time, white half the time, left half the time, right half the time. And what we found, it was a very brief 86 millisecond masked exposure. And what we found was that subjects were more likely to perceive the figure on the critical side of the border when the displays showed an upright familiar configuration rather than an inverted familiar configuration. So the data are plotted here, but you've already seen the numbers on the bottom there. So what's going on? How could you find the right memory to match to a display before you have a figure? What we argued is that there are recognition processes operating on both sides of a border before figure assignment happens. The same sort of processes that are attempting to determine, which side of the border has any of the Gestalt cues on it. In order to make a figure ground judgment, the brain has to determine where's the convex region, where's the symmetric region. We added familiar configuration to that list. And why do we have a difference between upright and inverted? You can recognize that woman standing on her head now. Even if you didn't at the beginning, you can recognize it now. But the argument we made was that as we have learned about neuroscience, we know there's some really nice work by David Parrott and his colleagues that has modeled recognition and why recognition of inverted objects is not as good as recognition of upright objects. And what they argue is that there's a population of neurons in the brain that represents objects we've seen many times before, represents their parts as well as their wholes. And that population of neuron is also activated by the inverted object. It just takes longer for evidence to accumulate in that population of neurons for the less common versions of the objects. So what you see here is the evidence accumulation time is longer for inverted displays than upright displays. And so at any given point in time, you'll have more evidence for the upright object than for the inverted object. And so what we did to examine this question was we presented displays like these, not quite identical to these, but like these, and asked, okay, if we give a very, very brief exposure and mask it immediately afterwards to stop recurrent processes in the brain, and I'll come back to that in a minute, how long does it take for us to see the effects of familiar configuration? And what we see is that, well, a 14 millisecond mask exposure isn't enough, but a 28 millisecond mask exposure is enough. Now, I just want to point out here, I don't think 28 milliseconds is enough time for the entire process to be completed, because reaction times were not measured in this experiment. But a 28 millisecond exposure is sufficient. You then add a mask to that, and a mask, for anyone in the audience who might not know, is simply an array of random elements that adds noise to lower level information in the brain. And that noise in the lower level information in the brain prevents the recurrent processing, the feedback processing that we now know is activated in perception. It prevents the influence of that feedback processing. But I haven't given you a quantitative index yet, have I? I've been telling you about which regions subjects saw as figure. And of course, you could wonder whether in my experiments, maybe people began to play a game where they were just looking for a familiar object and trying to find it. So we created displays like these that you see here. We used a lot of Gestalt priors so that participants would see the inside of that closed small area region as the figure. Each one would be shown alone on the screen in my experiments. We also created similarly like the ones you see here on the bottom row. And you may see some differences between the ones on the bottom row and the top row. But the critical difference we created was that the ones on the bottom row have portions of familiar objects suggested on the ground side. Portions of palm trees, of leaves, and of table lamps. Suggested, but not perceived consciously by participants who are not given a lecture about figure ground segregation beforehand, who are not shown the shapes that might be on the outside, and who are shown these stimuli for a short period of time. So I'll just show it to you again in case you missed it before. But again, the objects are highly likely to be perceived on the inside of these displays. We ask intensive post-experiment questions afterwards to make certain, to the extent we can, that that's what participants in our experiments saw. So participants in our experiments were unaware of the familiar configurations on the outside of the displays. So you must forgive me because I have to make you aware so that you understand what I'm doing in my laboratory. So I'm going to ask you now to try to be a naive listener and think that the subjects in our experiments did not see these stimuli. And I'm happy to answer questions about those post-experiment questions later on. But for now, trust me, which is not something a scientist likes to say, but trust me that participants in our experiments were not seeing the shapes on the outside of those displays. So coming back to getting a quantitative index, how do we do it? Well, what we did was we gave subjects a task regarding words, and the words came up after a brief presentation of one of those silhouettes that had a portion of a familiar object suggested on the outside. Then there was a brief delay, and then the word came up. And the subject's task was categorize this word as denoting a natural object or an artificial object. Key press again as quickly as possible. And we manipulated the relationship between the category of the word, of the item denoted by the word, and the category of the object suggested but not consciously perceived on the outside of the silhouette that came before. So the object denoted by the word was either in the same category as the object suggested on the ground side of the display. Maple leaf is a natural object as a deer. An umbrella is an artificial object as it's a pair of scissors. Or the words named an object that was in a different superordinate level category. So here we have an axe on the outside of the display, and the word ant comes up afterwards. Here we have a seahorse on the outside, and the word saucepan comes up afterwards. So we reasoned that if the object itself was activated inside the brain, and its meaning or its semantics were also activated, and all of this is happening outside of awareness because subjects were not aware of the shapes on the outside of the border, then the categorization reaction times should be longer when the word denotes an object in a different category than the object suggested on the ground side of the border. So notice this is assuming a lot higher level activation even than activation of object memories. But that's what we found. We found that it took subjects substantially and significantly longer to correctly categorize a word following a display if it was from a different superordinate category than the object suggested but not consciously perceived on the outside of the display. And one thing we wondered was, well, you know, natural objects have more curvilinear borders and artificial objects have more rectilinear borders. So maybe it's just the case that the curvilinearity versus rectilinearity of the border cause their reaction time difference. So to test that, we presented the displays upside down, once again arguing that activation of object memories is slower and weaker for the inverted displays than for the upright displays. And sure enough, when we presented them upside down, we did not find a difference between same category and different category responses. So these are quantitative measures, which is what are desired these days, but they also reveal that high levels of processing happen before figure ground segregation is finished. High levels then interacting with what's happening at lower levels. This is very consistent with a dynamic interactive system. And subjective contours provide additional evidence of dynamic interactive involvement in perception. So, subjective contours have long been taken as evidence that the whole is different from the sum of its parts. So what you see here is nothing. What you see here is what we nowadays call a Pac-Man. It wasn't called a Pac-Man back when Knizia first introduced these displays, or it could be a pizza with a nice healthy slice cut out of it. That's all you perceive. Now if I show you this, all you perceive is another Pac-Man facing in the other direction. Now if I show you this, again, all you perceive is another Pac-Man. But if I show them to you all at once, you perceive a complex array now. You see those Pac-Man are not Pac-Man, they're disks. They're disks that are occluded by a white triangle that is lying in front. So Knizia introduced these illusory contour displays in 1955, and they were a really good demonstration that the whole is different from the sum of its parts. Notice you're giving me your subjective impression, but I don't think anybody would argue with you here, except for occasionally when we test patients with brain damage, they're not able to see the illusory contours. And in recent years, van der Heydt and his colleagues have identified which neurons in the brain are activated, at least at low levels, to allow you to perceive the illusory contour displays. But notice, this is a very large display. And so it must be the case that neurons at higher levels in the brain that have large receptive fields are interacting in order and sending feedback to lower levels in the brain to allow you to see this subjective contour display. Well, maybe. I mean, you might say maybe it isn't high level feeding back, it's just communication within the low levels that is causing this. But this has been addressed in recent years by a lab in the Netherlands, Martin Wilkie and his colleagues in the lab of Victor Lama. Here's an image to show you what transcranial magnetic stimulation is. I took this off the web, and I was amused when I took it off the web that it is an advertisement for a place in Northampton, Mass, that uses TMS. For depression, for treating depression. Here, TMS is used to examine subjective contours, which entail figure assignment. What you do with TMS, just briefly, is you apply a magnetic stimulation to the outside of the skull. And using Faraday's law, it is known that if you apply magnetic stimulation to the outside of the law, it will induce electrical currents in the brain. Electrical currents. Think back to Curler. It will induce electrical currents in the brain. And those electrical currents run orthogonal to the magnetic current. And the frequency with which you apply the TMS stimulus can either facilitate responding in the neurons that are activated in this, by this stimulation, or it can suppress them. So Wraga and his colleagues used TMS to suppress activity in the neurons. And they showed participants two potential subjective contour stimuli below fixation, one to the left and one to the right. And in each display, subjective contour was always present, a subjective contour square. The subject's task was only to say which side is it present on, left or right. And what you see in the absent trials is, on the right, somewhat rotated Pac-Men. They don't really look all that different, but they're rotated sufficiently that a nice sharp subjective contour is not seen for them. So Woke et al. Had subjects fixating center, gave them a brief 83 millisecond exposure of the display with a subjective contour either left or right, and then they either did not apply TMS, or they applied TMS at different delays, 100 milliseconds, 160 milliseconds, or 240 milliseconds after the stimulus was presented. And then they had the subject respond, where was the illusory square, left or right? They had to respond. Just to show you briefly, if you're stimulating V1, you're stimulating way at the back of the brain. That's the lowest cortical level involved in vision. If you stimulate the lateral occipital cortex, you're stimulating up higher. The lateral occipital cortex is maybe about midway up to the anterior inferior temporal lobe I was talking about before. So if you think in terms of just feed-forward processing, building up from parts into wholes that way without any recurrent processing or feedback, you think, well, okay, if I suppress activity in V1 before activity in LO, then I should interfere most with the perception of subjective or illusory contours. But if you think in terms of feedback, if you think recurrent processing for high to low levels is involved in the perception of these illusory contour figures, then it might be the case that suppressing activity in LO, the higher level region, causes more error. Suppressing it first causes more error. And that is exactly what Woke and his colleagues found. They found that suppressing LO at 100 to 122 milliseconds after stimulus onset caused more error in the response, less accuracy. But suppressing V1 later in time reduced the accuracy. So this is consistent with the idea that, sure, there's feed forward from V1 to LO, but feedback from LO, lateral occipital cortex, is necessary for perception of the subjective contour. Now you see it's a small difference, but that's oftentimes what's found with TMS because you're only able to suppress activity in a small proportion of the neurons that are involved. So these data are consistent with the fact that dynamical recurrent interactions produce perception. So Curler was in fact a visionary. The details were wrong. There was insufficient knowledge of neuroscience at the time. It's not just the electrical flow fields that he envisioned, but the brain is a dynamic interactive system involved in all sorts of perceptual experiences. Some of the ones I've shown you are really good demonstrations of that. Okay, now I want to finish by talking about Gestalt theory extending beyond perceptual organization. So Fritz Heider, who is here and working with Maryjane Simmel, studied social perception. And Fritz Heider claimed that social perception follows many of the same rules as physical object perception. And the organization found in object perception is also found in social perception, and one perceives far more than those elementary sensations, the elementary objects you're shown. You perceive intentions and relationships and causes of behavior. So I may not have to show you this film, but I'm going to. Oh, no, I'm not going to. Is there any, there's no internet in here? Oh, there should be, but I'm not on it. Huh. Is there time for me to get on it, MJ, or have I gone on too long? Oh, I can get on my own iPhone. I don't know, MJ, give me your thoughts. Should I take the time to show this film? Wait, I think I'm getting it. Yeah, I got it. I'm sorry, I made you walk all the way up here. I've got it. Once more?
I didn't get my purse anyway.
Oh, okay.
Good, you got it.
Okay, so watch this film, which I think many of you may have watched oftentimes before. Can my iPhone handle it? Because my iPhone is all the way over there. Oh, I know what I have to do. Well, it's of course showing on my computer, not on the screen. Wait a second. I know, I'm hearing Claudia say everyone could just Google Heider Simmel while you're waiting for me to do this. All right, no, I can't show it to you. How many people in this room do not know the Heider Simmel film? Oh, no. All right. Yeah, I was trying to do it on my iPhone.
What if we switched to this for that? Would that work?
How can we do it? Just get it on the web? Yeah, that's a good idea. But we may never get my computer back again.
Well, maybe one thing at a time.
Yeah, one thing at a time, says Brianna.
It's always harder to type when you're on.
There you go, good. Now are we projecting from there? We are. Yeah.
Oh, what?
Yep. Okay, watch this film. This is fabulous.
Okay.
Created here at Smith.
Sorry. They have all these pop-ups that are coming up. I'm sorry. I'm going to start from the beginning. There we go. There is no audio. Okay, I think we get the gist.
Thank you, Brianna.
You're
Yes.
welcome.
I get
Your
mine.
laptop.
I know, that might be dangerous. Yeah, here I. Okay. So you perceived, I imagine, most of you perceived a social interaction there. You perceived a narrative, and this came just from simple geometric shapes moving around. And viewers ascribe emotions and intentions to those simple geometric shapes. For neurotypical people, this is very easy to do. And I'll just tell you one short story about my first year in grad school where okay, it was a long time ago. My advisor was Julian Hochberg, and in his perception lab, I was his TA, we showed the Heider-Simmel film. Half the students in the lab had to write a narrative about what they saw. They finished very quickly, it was easy for them. The other half of the students in the lab were asked to simply describe, in terms of coordinates left, right, up, down, and diagonal on the screen, and shape what the objects were doing. That half of the class never finished their work, and I had to create the answer key. And it was really one of the most difficult tasks I had in graduate school. So for neurotypical people, what is easy in this Heider-Simmel film is to see a narrative. But this film is still being used today. It's being used to determine deficits in people with autism. And some of the recent work is doing things like asking people to press a key when you see a social interaction, and don't press the key when you don't see a social interaction, because of course people who have autistic tendencies may have more trouble describing things in a narrative. So people are really trying to get at where the problems lie for people with autism. So this film continues to be important today. So Gestalt themes still resonate today. There are deep neural networks of the brain being created now, DNNs. These are current instantiations of an atomistic approach to perception, just using features in order to recognize objects. And these DNNs can do an excellent job for the task that they were designed for. But they are inflexible machines, and they make mistakes that human beings would never make. So, yeah, they're good at what they're designed for, but if you want to come up with a good model of what the brain might be doing, it turns out the computer scientists are beginning to learn now about how do humans do perception and how do Gestalt properties operate. Is there a way that we can instantiate them in the DNNs? We need configurable processes that make the whole different from the sum of the parts. Thank you. Questions?
Does anyone have any questions? Also, we're going to do technical difficulties running a little long. We're going to assemble chairs on the stage, but we can still ask questions as we do this.
We're going to assemble on the stage for pictures, is that it?
No, we have an alum panel next with
Oh, of
Brianna.
course, yeah.
But
Field questions, please.
Early on, you described that the dynamic field theory was coming from physics, and they used the word stability, which then got changed to simplicity. I'm wondering, was it an intentional change in the physical language, or was that just a matter of translation?
Did everyone hear Claudia's question? She talks louder than I do. There is stability. Once one proceeds to your organization, unless you have an intentionally ambiguous display, there is stability as well. So one thing about the physical ideas is that there's stability and simplicity. So it was simplicity that excited Curler and got him thinking about the dynamic field theory, made him think back to the physics that he had learned. But I can't tell you the fine details of how he translated between simplicity and stability.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peterson. All right, so for our next panel, we're going to actually have a panel of alums. So I would like to invite them to come up onto the stage. We have wheelie chairs up here, so do your best to not wheel around or have fun. It's up to you. And so we've invited 5 alums to come and share their experiences and to also give current students a chance to ask questions of people who were Smith psychology students and have actually gone on to have an array of different careers in the field. And so I am going to introduce, are we missing? I think we have just, there you are, thank you. So I will do very brief introductions and allow you to expand more about your own experiences. So let's see if I can go in order since we've organically arranged. So on my left, the first person here is Dr. Wendy Dean. She is the CEO and co-founder with Simon G. Talbot of the Moral Injury of Healthcare, a nonprofit organization that assesses and addresses distress in the healthcare workforce. And she is an alum from 1987. And then we have Dr. Elon Hope, who is an alum from 2008, who is now, as of 3 months ago, the Director of Research and Evaluation for Policy Research Associates. Prior to this, she was at the North Carolina State University. North Carolina State University, an associate professor in the Department of Psychology. And then we have Nicole Kenny, who is a 2006 alum, and she is a founder of and social media entrepreneur of It Starts With Me. That's a social impact consultancy. So she is using psychology and communications to make meaningful impacts in her community. And then we have Dr. Jessica Church-Lang, who graduated in 2002 from Smith, and she is now an associate professor of psychology at UT Austin. And finally, Dr. Onawa LaBelle. She's an assistant professor of psychology at the University of Windsor, and she graduated in 2012. So thank you, everyone, for joining us on this panel. I left my notes to get you started. So I'm hoping that actually students and anyone in the auditorium today will offer questions, but I wanted to just send one out for each of you to share, and we have microphones that hopefully work. Let's see. It is on. I was just trying to get it off the stand so we don't pass this ridiculous stand around. There's one. Hello. It's on. There's a button. We have 3 microphones, so please share. So the first question I think I have for all of you is, what drew you to psychology? That's one of the many questions we received from students, and I'm going to go grab my notes so I can have the other ones as well.
I can start. Hi, everyone. Dr. Onawa LaBelle, as was just introduced. I don't think that I was drawn into psychology so much as I took it out of general interest and had a different track. I actually started in computer science. That was my intended goal. And got very interested in the way that the mind works and in human behavior. I naturally excelled at psychology. And by the time I was done with my community college 2-year associate's degree, I had taken 6 psychology courses, which tells you something. And then, that helped shape the rest of my trajectory. So I sort of fell into it, shall we say, and just got really interested in the mind and how it works and why people do the things they do.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jessica Church. I think, fell into psychology through the STRIDE program because right before I even entered campus, got an amazing book of research opportunities to pick from, which felt like being a kid in a candy store. And I was really drawn to the de Villiers work. And once I got into a lab and kind of started learning what psychology was, I was totally hooked. So.
I love how you both gave me the mic, right? Hi, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name's Nicole Kenny. So I was a double major, both Gov and Psych. And so for Gov, because I've always been really passionate about solving complex social problems. And so I wanted to do that from a systemic level, which is why I pursued Gov, and then from a personal and interpersonal level, which is why I pursued psychology. And especially, too, because a lot of the solutions that I really champion, I want them to be compassion and people-centered. And so I wanted to learn very early on how to do that very thoughtfully. And so that's what attracted me to the psychology department.
Hi, everyone. Dr. Alon Hope. I came to psychology. I actually came to Smith to be an engineer. They had just graduated their first engineering class when I was applying, and I took a lot of engineering credits. And I realized it wasn't quite for me, but I still was interested in solving problems. And so psychology was attractive because it was solving problems and answering questions about human behavior, about human beings, human interaction. And so I kind of just shifted my problem solving from an engineering standpoint to a psychological standpoint.
So I love to hear that other people didn't come directly into psychology, because I didn't either. I found psychology when the registrar refused to let me register for more classes because I was a junior and hadn't declared a major. And I was pre-med, and so I wanted to figure out how I could connect all of my classes and all of my studies, and psychology was the place to do it. So I looked at it from a neurophys perspective. Smith let me create my own major, and it allowed me to have time to do other things as well. So I was grateful for that.
There we go. Sorry about that. I want to encourage people, if you would like to ask questions, you're welcome to raise your hand, and I'm going to give Lily a microphone to walk over to you. Otherwise, I will keep asking questions that we solicited beforehand. And the first question that I will field before I hand Lily the microphone is, what was your journey from Smith to your career now? And so if you wanted to also expand on what your career is now, I give a very, very, very brief snippet. And I know you all have very rich lives that you have led.
I can start. I like mine. So from Smith, I got interested in psychology and was really good at statistics. Coming from an engineering background, I was like, oh, statistics, yes, that's like a relief. And I got asked about research, if I like to do research. Dr. Jackson, actually, who's in the audience today, said, I think you're really good at this. And so I took more advanced research classes and I got the Mellon Mays Fellowship to do research and get paid to do research. And so that put me on a track for grad school. So I went straight to the University of Michigan out of Smith, got my master's and PhD, and kind of had a traditional academic route. I did a postdoc at the University of Chicago in human development, and then got a tenure track job at North Carolina State University in psychology. And I, was like, okay, I'm an academic. And the pandemic hit, and I got tenure early with 2 kids who you see back there. We can have a lot of conversation about that. how to do that, or maybe how not to do it. And I said, I think there's something else that these skills that Smith has provided me with, that Michigan provided me with, that I've learned along the way. There's other ways I can use the knowledge I have about how human beings work, how the world works or isn't working for particular people, and had an opportunity to direct a whole program of research and evaluation for a small women-led organization, Policy Research Associates. And they said, we got this research area starting up. The former director was taking over as president, and she said, you still liking academia? You wanna come do something else? And I said, if you'd asked me 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, if I would have left academia, I would have said, oh my gosh, no. But here I was with this opportunity, and we're doing amazing work. We get to do research and evaluation with community partners on a regular basis, particularly around behavioral health needs for people who otherwise typically don't necessarily get the kind of research and resources that they need in their lives. So that's kind of like the Smith journey in a nutshell. And I'm really grateful for the well-rounded education that I got here in psychology and outside, because I could think and be able to switch even a whole kind of career trajectory that was set up probably from my sophomore year, and that, at least until recently, wasn't typically veered off of. So I don't know, this is what I'm doing now, and we'll see at the next one of these what I'm doing by then.
So I took a similar path in that at Smith I thought I was going to do one thing, and then I started that thing, and I went to medical school, went into a surgery training program, and said, this is not for me. And it was just not done that you quit your residency. But I did, and I spent a couple of years exploring in the emergency room what I wanted to do. Went back to psychiatry, never thought I'd be there, even as a psychologist at Smith. And, oh, poor kid. Oh, can't help it. So I ended up just saying yes. When people asked me, do you want to try this? Do you want to do this? And I would say yes, over and over again. And that's how I ended up being, as, I trained as a psychiatrist. I practiced clinically for a decade. After practicing for a decade, I thought, you know what? I need to try something different. I worked for the Army for 10 years and oversaw research funding for hand and face transplants and regenerative medicine, and then saw, as I was doing that my colleagues were suffering, and answered that by starting a nonprofit and addressing distress in clinicians and sort of returning to my psychology and my psychiatry roots. So it's been a winding path, but what I learned at Smith was to say yes to all those opportunities and to be curious. And to know that Smith had prepared me really well to think outside of my field of study.
I'll actually hop on from there, because my path has not been linear. And I think you learn that the more and more you have more conversations, is that the journey isn't linear, but that makes it fun. So like I said, I was a Gov Psych double major, and my first job after college, I was a buyer. So I went to New York to work for a company to basically choose clothes, because I also loved fashion. And I felt like psychology is a part of fashion too, how we show up in the world. Great experience, but I realized probably not for me, though long term, but still glad that I tried it out. Definitely still informs my work. But then started working for an economic development organization in Philadelphia, where I'm from, really learning a lot about the creative economy, the knowledge economy. This is back in 2006. And from there was really becoming more interested in policies particularly impacting Black and brown communities. So really thinking and leaning more into my policy government side. So I went to grad schools, I went to Hopkins, I got my master's in policy. And the really interesting thing is, what I didn't know at the time when I was in Hopkins was that the NAACP was headquartered in Baltimore. Now, race and policy was one of my favorite, if not favorite class while I was at Smith. And so learning a lot about how the NAACP, the huge role they've played, it was a really exciting opportunity for me to be in the same space as them. So while I was in grad school, I reached out, and I say this for those who are pursuing careers or still might be in college, I just reached out and I said, I would love to work with you. And they hired me as an intern. And from an intern, I ended up spending 6 years there getting promoted. So after I graduated from college or Hopkins, I already had a job. I was working there in research and then also in their economic department, so I really am big on economic equity. And then from there, got promoted again because I'm also a strong writer and communicator. And so they asked me to begin to tell the stories more. So policy, it's like no narrative necessarily, whereas advocacy, it's all narrative. So it was a really interesting learning of both of these skills. And so now I'm charged with really helping to lead the organization's advocacy efforts from a communication standpoint, both nationally and internationally. But it's also, it was a lot of work. So came back home, I was in DC, started my own impact consultancy. So I do a lot of work around racial, gender, and economic equity. And then most recently, I told you it's been windy, there was a citywide competition where I'm from in Philadelphia. They were looking for community-based solutions to improve millennial health. And I was the grand prize winner of that. And so with that, I created an idea called Hey Auntie, and it is a digital platform and a community that connects Black women across ages and life stages to learn the rules, tools, and networks to thrive at home, work, and everywhere in between. And so now you see me using both my policy side of my head and my psychology side of my head, because what I am doing is creating a platform to address the racial disparities that we see in Black women as it relates to women's health. And that is all Smith. And I always give credit, well, I give credit to actually a lot of things, but Smith, I have to say that. But I say that exactly for the reason that you mentioned it, because the problems that we're seeing now are so complex and they're so nuanced. And it's going to require a level of deep thinking. It's going to require partnerships. It's going to require collaboration and being in the unknown that I think Smith has really prepared me for and given me a level of comfort to navigate. So, you know, the concept, it's a big idea, and I'm fully aware of that, but I feel competent and capable to do it. So that brings me here.
Okay, well, so I got in easily into psychology, but in working with the de Villiers and little 3-year-olds and trying to ask them questions, I was like, what is going on in your heads? And so right around the same time as I was a sophomore and junior, fMRI was becoming a very big technology. And while I was at my JYA, which is also a huge part of what Smith did for me, in England, we hired MJ Wraga, who is the first imager at Smith. And so I wrote her, I was like, can I please, please, please do my senior honors thesis with you? I know you haven't met me and don't know me at all, but I really want to learn MRI. I'm super fascinated by it. And so that is what I did my senior thesis in, and then applied to neuroscience graduate programs. And I can't emphasize enough how crazy unusual it was to have neuroimaging experience at that time going into graduate school. It was bananas that I was allowed to do that as an undergrad and get that experience. It was incredible. And so I went into neuroscience at Washington University in St. Louis. It's a big imaging center. I thought I wanted to work maybe in aging on that side of the lifespan. They have a huge Alzheimer's center there. But I ended up returning to development in Steve Peterson and Brad Schlager's lab, and the development of control and how that relates to reading in particular. And yeah, I then got hired by the psychology department at UT after a postdoc at WashU and 2 kids and lots of other things along the way. And as an aside, I came to Smith thinking I would be a literature major and ended up a neuroscience and psychology major. And my husband went to college thinking he would be an astrophysics major, and he became a medieval literature person. So we kind of crossed. But I think, the amazing opportunities to do real research and be on the ground and be trusted to be a researcher was what Smith did for me. And the kind of really solid grounding in history and stats and methods and thinking really carefully about questions has always served me really well. And to kind of question things like, who says that? Why do they say that? What's the evidence behind that? Who was not included when that happened? And who's in the room, when this is being discussed, and to just think about things from multiple angles.
So interesting to hear everybody's trajectories. I think my time here at Smith was incredibly formative. I came pretty rough around the edges from my community college experience. As a returning student, I was in the Ada Comstock program here. And Smith really taught me how to think critically, which I had not had any exposure to before. I was more of the mind where I needed to read the information in textbooks and memorize it, and that's sort of how it was in my the community college I was at. And it wasn't until I got here where we were asked and expected to challenge a lot of what we were reading and consuming. And so that stuck with me. It was implanted here and just continued on. And so I did my degree here in psychology at Smith. I needed extra time to prepare for the GED, so I actually looked for internships and research opportunities to do after I graduated, and I got a one-year post-bac internship at the University of Massachusetts with a professor over there doing work on hormones and behavior and attachment in couples, and spent a year there prepping for grad school, taking the GRE repeatedly, practice tests over and over and over. Private tutoring at one point. It was a big deal. I applied to several programs. I got in and chose to go to the University of Michigan, and I did my master's and PhD there in personality and social contexts, where I continued to think about how behavior is shaped by environment and think critically about a lot of things. Midway through my time there, I really started to shift my focus and researched things that were more personally relevant and that felt more important to me. Not that hormones and behavior isn't, but I was losing interest and steam and knew I wasn't going to make it through grad school if I didn't focus on something that was very personally relevant and interesting. And so I started shifting more into positive psychology and looking at things like gratitude and helping behavior and people who are in recovery from alcohol and substance use disorder, which I have close connection to that community. And, after grad school, during the last few years of my grad school, I had no idea what the next chapter was going to be. And I really, the difference between my bachelor's degree here at Smith and coming up to graduation and grad school is, when I was in undergrad, I really felt like I needed to have a plan and have everything figured out. I don't know where I got that idea from. I felt like I just needed to know and, help the person who asked me, what's next? What are you going to do next? Because that would just send me into a panic because I didn't know. I didn't have a good answer until just before I graduated. And even then I was unsure. But when I was in grad school, I really was open to a lot of different possibilities. And I had met with the Career Center. I had started doing informational interviews, which are, brief conversations about people's trajectories and what they do and what does their actual day-to-day work look like, because I didn't want to just pigeonhole myself into one thing and then get there and realize it wasn't a good fit. And so I conducted about a dozen of those over the course of a year, just talking with people. And I had actually decided that academia probably wasn't the best fit. I had a lot of examples of what it looked like. There was a lot of professors in my department at Michigan, our one institution, just working all the time, not a lot of social life or connection. At least that's what I saw. And so I converted my CV into a resume, and I went on the market looking for consulting jobs, strategic planning jobs. I applied and interviewed at a ton of places, and then this position that I currently hold came up, and I applied. It's the only academic job I applied for. and I got the job. I interviewed and I got the job. And so, I had kind of wanted to stay in academia if it was a way that would make sense, if I could balance having a life and family and still do work that was important to me. And that's what I'm doing today. And so I don't know if I had been set on it and just charged ahead and went about things in a traditional way, if I would have wound up where I am. But I do know that it started here at Smith, and I really value the idea and the concept of not really knowing and being open to possibility and exploring what the future might hold instead of just having a set course.
I don't know if I need this, but I'm also a graduate of a small liberal arts college, Lake Forest College, outside Chicago. Go Foresters. I recognize a lot of what you say about flexibility and opportunity and the like. But of course, Smith is different from other small liberal arts colleges. So could you speak a bit about what the Smithness of it does for you? Not just the small liberal arts college opportunities. I mean, I went to an all-girls high school, so maybe I got the Smithness there, but do tell.
Yeah, so the biggest thing for me is that it makes me feel like I deserve to be in every room, but not every room deserves me.
Okay, that's fair. I don't know how to follow that.
I don't either. I just can't even say ditto.
Unapologetic.
I'm just trying to think. I literally can do anything. There are problems, and it's something that is so. I'm also the head of the Philly Smith Club, and so I say that because there's Smithies. I feel like we just gravitate to each other. There could be really challenging problems, things that need to really be done, and then you'll just find out you're a Smithy, but I think that's it. I mean, it could be a big problem, but I feel like I have the training and the ability and responsibility to be a part of that solution.
I don't have any other experience to compare it to, really, aside from the community college experience, which was entirely different. I know that the comparison was pretty dramatic from being in an institution where it was co-ed, and it was sort of like women didn't really speak up in the first couple of years I did in my education, and then when I got to Smith, it was, it probably took me about a term of just sitting back and watching before it really settled in and I was able to start speaking up. And by the time I graduated, I had found my voice and I was able to vocalize and question, and it just became the norm that if you don't understand, of course you're going to ask a question. And I noticed when I transitioned into the University of Michigan, which is also an elite school, but it was, there was a bit of the same environment that I had experienced previously where the women didn't speak up as much. And so I just felt really fortunate that I had training where it was the norm, that you were expected to question, you were expected to push and to think outside the box and think critically about things. And as more time has passed since I've left Smith, I've come to realize that that is pretty unusual, right? And just how fortunate I am to have had the experience.
And just to add a quick little thing, I think the Smith Network is an amazing resource from the faculty through the students. They're everywhere, and they're all always universally amazing and interesting, and so they all have your back, and that's like very cool.
Let me reverse the question. What should Smith do better?
The only thing.
What should it do that it isn't doing rather than just improving?
I mean, I think one of the things I would love to see more is Smith being vocal about who's out in the world changing it. And I know we do that within ourselves, within the community of Smith, but the broader community could use to know.
More self-promotion.
Telling stories, but not in a promotional way. Yes, absolutely. And I know that there are places where you're trying it, but it is such an amazing community, and it's such a special community, that I would love to see it broadcast wider.
Thank you all for, did you want to say
No,
something? Go ahead.
I was going to add, and I'm going to take a slightly different approach, because a lot of the work that I'm doing now is more around anxiety. And Smith was, not just Smith, but I noticed the course of my life, I was in environments where my anxiety sometimes would get the best of me. And even now, as I'm kind of navigating this journey, one of the things I would love to see Smith do, and I'm not sure if they are doing it, but teaching us how to rest. Teaching us how to celebrate small wins, teaching us how to enjoy the journey. Because I have an executive coach, and she'll say, "What's your win?" And I'll tell her, and it's like, "Now let's do this." And she's like, "Nicole, stop. Celebrate what you know." But I think because we are so passionate about changing the world and doing the work, a lot of work that is going to be, if not multi-generational, is going to take a long time. And so in addition to that training, really conditioning us to learn, when should you take a break? How should you create those boundaries, even with yourself? I find everyone's like, "Nicole, you're great at getting the job done." It's learning to stop. That's where I'm trying to get some more training.
Thank you for a truly inspiring panel. It's just wonderful. And as each of you was talking, you were making me realize in many of the things that you were saying that one of the things that I really love about the field of psychology is studying psychology can satisfy your kind of yearning to ask the deepest basic science questions about what does it mean to be a human being and what are human minds like. But it can also allow you to leverage the answers you're getting to questions like that and the answers that the field is providing to questions like that to address real world problems. And most of you've been asked about what you've done in the past, what maybe could have been done differently and so forth, and you've told us about these really exciting trajectories that you're all on. I wondered, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I would love to know for anyone who likes this question, what you think about the future. I mean, I feel like I'm looking around now, and since the pandemic hit, we've kind of had a lot of time at home to reflect on the state of the world. And I see lots of things that I'd like to see be really, really different from the way they are right now. From things that you've discussed, like unequal access to resources, income inequality, inequality of opportunities and of current life circumstances, inequality of access to public health. But there's also a lot of conflict in our society right now, a lot of people very angry, often legitimately so, but still unable to communicate as well as we'd like to be able to communicate across our society because of all of these problems and so forth. And I'm just wondering, for anyone who wants to answer, do you have a moonshot thing you kind of dream about at night that you'd like, a problem that you'd like to be able to solve? I think a lot of the problems that we have require a deeper understanding of human minds, a deeper kind of basic science understanding of how our minds work and what makes us happy, what makes us satisfied, what's easier versus harder for us to achieve. And I just wonder what you're thinking about as you think forward, what you want to try to change in the world.
I'll try first. So, I mean, I would love to see educational opportunity be even the playing field for kids, because a lot of my work relates to learning gaps, and they grow over time. They're very persistent. They're very hard to move in middle school and reading abilities, for example. And if we could just figure out the best levers to pull to help kids start more evenly and catch up if they start to lag, that would be my moonshot. My current/future studies are looking at learning interruption, which was actually awarded pre-COVID. It was just looking at what happens when you take summers off or when you only study for one semester and then that material kind of decays in the child brain. And then also looking at the neural signature of mistakes. And I think that maybe, hopefully, those will contribute someday to helping.
I think for me, a lot of my work is focusing on pathways out of addiction and alcoholism, all types of addiction. And I think that there is a lot of room and space to be made in identifying how and why people become addicted and what pathway is a good pathway for them to get out of it. There's a lot of different ways to get out. And so I'm involved in some work that is looking at trying to group together personality traits and characteristics and even some neurological work to look at brain patterns and see how that process works. But I think more immediate is really creating support, and this speaks a little bit to your point of mental health and well-being, especially right now. Creating space and support for particularly students who are in recovery. As a person in long-term recovery for 17 years, I have had a range of experiences throughout my academic education and journey of places that supported my recovery and places that absolutely did not, right? Often one of the first things people want to do when they get into recovery is go to school, better themselves, become a productive member of society. Education is very often one of the first steps. And then you have a person in early recovery who is attending university. And as you know, it's not exactly a friendly environment for someone who's struggling with those issues. And so I had the opportunity to be a part of the University of Michigan. Eleanor was here. They have a wonderful collegiate recovery program there. The United States generally does. And so I was there and had access to resources and a peer group there. And then when I started my job in Canada, there were absolutely no student recovery programs in the entire country, which I was really dismayed to find. They have been here in the US for over 40 years, for 4 or 5 decades. And so I helped found the first one at UBC Victoria with a graduate student there, and then I wrote a grant and started the program at the University of Windsor, and this is all happening during COVID in 2020 onward. And since then, there have been 8 more programs that have started in Canada and 30 more that are launching over the next 2 years. And so we're starting a movement in Canada that you all started here in the US to support people who are trying to better themselves. And so my moonshot, I think it was called, is to see them at every university so that there is a place for students to go who are trying to live differently and better themselves.
So my goal would be that physicians, other clinicians, and patients take their voices, take back the shaping of healthcare. It's been really overtaken and overshadowed by corporate interests, and I want us to take it back.
Yep. So for me, really improving the health and well-being outcomes of Black women and Black girls specifically, but if I focus it in a little bit more, a study that we know is that, women experience anxiety at a higher rate, but Black women are half less likely to seek support. And so I'm really concerned about creating a safe environment and community that you can begin to say, I need help, and that we can eliminate some of these barriers and obstacles to getting help. And that's really where the idea of Hey Auntie comes from, especially the cultural legacy of the Black auntie, and this idea of a fictive kinship tie and how it can serve as a protective factor, a safe space for you to go to, whether it's at home, work, or everywhere in between. And that is my lived experience. Even yesterday, as I work on this concept, Smith graduate who's like an auntie to me. She's not by blood, but as Black women especially, we take other women under our wing to care for them, and she's giving me advice, right? And so how to think about how to create a system where this type of opportunity is available to more Black women, not just in my city, but across the country and the globe, and creating that as an opportunity and a pathway to improving our mental health overall.
My name is Shelby, and I'm a senior at Smith. I'm also a psych major. So in my experience, and from those in my life, I've found anecdotally that people come to psychology often either to help others or help ourselves. And based on this, this is kind of a 2-part question, so feel free to answer what feels right. I'm wondering, where do you see yourself or your whole self within your work? Do you find healing and self-empowerment in your work in psychology, and how so?
I mean, inside joke for researchers is research is me search, right? And so we study things that are personally relevant and important to us. And I told you that I shifted because I needed something that was personally relevant and important. I study positive psychology because I grew up in a home where mental health was at the forefront, with a mother who had depression, untreated depression. I myself have had issues with that, which was part of my journey with recovery and addiction. I am in recovery. I study people in recovery, and a really messy part of my life for quite some time was relationships. So that's one of the other things that I study. So I have naturally gravitated toward really diving deep into topics that are interesting to me, and then doing what I don't see a lot of other researchers do, which is create content for the public about those issues. So how do we create programs for women to develop their emotional intelligence? How to improve relationships? How do we teach people how to use gratitude as a tool to improve their outlook? So I've really done a lot of that work, and it's all been based on the things that I have gravitated toward because of my own struggles and of those that are close to me. So that's a great question.
I think for me, the science is awesome when it's working. And the hits are very few and far between, honestly, when something very cool happens. And I love that when it does. But what has been the best surprise is how wonderful mentoring and teaching has been. And that's where I get a lot of my joy, is like conveying passion and enthusiasm to other people and seeing them get excited about it and find their own path in psychology or neuroscience or wherever they want to go. But I think, yeah, teaching and mentoring others has been the best piece.
Oh, sorry. It's funny you said research is me search, because I say ditto. But yeah, I mean, it's really gratifying when I'm just able to improve or help improve the life of someone. I mean, especially as I talked about you think about all the different barriers, how hard it is to feel safe. When someone just feels safe, when someone just feels comfortable. One thing I didn't mention is, and I'm sure we all do this, you have to look very holistically at a problem. And so I'm also a fitness instructor, because I'm like, if you don't feel well, you can't, I can't expect you, And so even when I have women who might start, I teach strength training especially. And so when I have a woman who comes to my class and she tells me everything she can't do, like push-ups, and then in a month she's doing like 8 push-ups, that is exciting for me. That is exciting for me. And it makes you think of Smith, just anything is possible. And so when I see people operating in that same frame of mind, that's exciting for me.
Yeah, I agree with that. The other piece that I've really found gratifying is asking questions, like being relentlessly curious, saying, I don't understand this, and then realizing nobody else does either, right? And so the deeper I look into it, and the more I pull from other fields to understand what nobody understands, I was finally able to give clinicians the language they needed, the accurate language to express their experience. And having them say, I've been looking for this for 30 years. Now I understand what's happening to me, what's happened to my career. That's deeply gratifying, because then they can grab hold and start to think of solutions that are appropriate to what we're actually experiencing, rather than what people are telling them they've experienced.
Hello. So are there any more questions from students that they would like to ask? Then we're going to use this as an opportunity to break for lunch. I apologize for the shortened panel, but they will all be at lunch, and I encourage you to actually come and network and talk to each and every one of them, and everyone else who is in the audience. And we'll have another discussion moment at the end of the symposium, so I think we'll also use that as an opportunity to field some more questions to you all as well, and have a broader conversation. So thank you so much for your sharing your lives with us. got the water at least.
Got the water.
Are you ready? Shall I introduce you?
Whenever you want.
All right.
And I can talk from over here, right?
Yeah, that works. If you would like to walk, you can hold you have a mic you can hold, whichever you prefer.
Okay, I think I probably I need to control my slides from here, so I think I'll probably stay here.
That works. Hello, everybody. Welcome back, and thank you for a wonderful lunch. Hopefully you all got to enjoy the boxed lunches who are here in person. So we are returning to our next speaker. This is Dr. Elizabeth Spelke. She is the Marshall L. Berkman Professor of Psychology at Harvard University, where she studies cognitive capacities through children's fast and flexible learning. And today she's going to talk to us about Dr. Eleanor Jack Gibson. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Spelke.
Thank you all. As promised, I really do want to spend almost all of my time talking about the life and the work of Eleanor Gibson. But I wanted to start this talk in a different place. Talking about Gibson's life is going to take us all back like 90-some years to a psychology department that you came from, but that doesn't include any of the people who are here right now. And I wanted to start out by thanking the more recent faculty and students who've come through Smith in psychology for all the wonderful things that I've gotten from your program. Now, I've gotten things from your program despite the fact that I was never a student at Smith. To my knowledge, nobody in my family was ever a student at Smith. I have no direct connection to all of you. But my life has been enriched by so many different students who have come through the psychology department at Smith. And I wanted to just give it two tiny examples of these influences. So let me start with a student who graduated from Smith back in 1999, Kristen Schutz. She was an undergrad, a psychology major at Smith, and after graduating in 1999, she worked for 2 years and then applied to and entered a brand new graduate program that Susan Carey and Jesse Snedeker and I were just in the process of creating at Harvard. At the time that Kristen and 3 other very brave or possibly foolhardy students decided to try out our graduate program, at the time that they arrived, the graduate program could be fairly said not to have existed at all, okay? The building was still well, not the building, but the lab space that we had was still under construction. Susan and I were very excited about working there, but we hadn't actually gotten around to creating any kind of curriculum, any set of requirements for students. We were just kind of building up to having some courses for students and so forth. So the students who were coming there were really coming into a void. And Kristen in particular was extremely good at reminding us that this was the case at strategic points from time to time. She would come up to us and say things like, "It's really nice to be here. What do you think we should be doing?" And Susan and I would sort of scratch our heads, and then we might say, "Well, gee, I think we should have some requirements. I think you should be taking some courses." And then Kristen would ask more questions, and we would kind of go back and forth. And I think through this process, she and her collaborators came to be known as the guinea pigs, right? These were the people that we were building, who were building this program with us, and kind of prompting us every step of the way as the program was taking shape. So that was true for Kristen when she first arrived. Despite the uncertain state of the program when she first arrived, she actually successfully graduated from it, went on to do a wonderful postdoc, and then took a job at the University of Wisconsin, where she's won teaching awards and research awards and is now a full professor there. Now, throughout the process that she was in graduate school, this was really the only period in my life, I think, where my children thought that I was cool, because Kristen was constantly kind of informing me about cultural developments in music and you know, comedy and stand-up comedy and other fields like that. But I've discovered that over the years since she left, she still fills me in on developments in psychology, so I can be lazy and get behind in reading about fields that I'm contributing to, and Kristen knows much more about them and can help me out. So when I first got this invitation to talk at Smith, I called her and asked her, you know, what has Smith done for you? And she said, are you kidding? What has Smith done for me? Smith has done everything for me. She said, your program wouldn't even exist if I hadn't gone to Smith, okay? Now, there were many reasons for this, but there was one that Kristen was particularly eager that I talk about. She said that Jill de Villiers was actually not someone who was directly her personal advisor, but she was someone who was always accessible, ready to help, and replete with good advice about next steps for Kristen in her career. And in particular, at the point where Kristen was getting ready to graduate from Smith, she and Jill agreed that she would really benefit from having a direct experience conducting research for a few years before she started graduate school. So Jill was the person who put her in contact with the lab outside of Boston, where Kristen worked for the next 2 years. I was at MIT at the time and met her over that period of time. And Jill actually did more than that. When Kristen got a job interview at this place outside of Boston, Jill drove her there from Northampton, hung out with a buddy in a different lab in the same place for a couple of hours. You're nodding, so Kristen told me the story right, good. Hang out with a buddy for a few hours while Kristen was going through the interview process, and then drove her back to Smith, okay? That level of commitment, I don't think anyone at any institution I have ever worked out has manifested. But indeed, it was my encounters with Kristen then that brought her to Harvard and kind of made everything else happen. So that's incident one. The second person I want to talk about is Susan Golden Meadow, who is on your board outside the room and also here in the room. I've learned enormously, not only from the students that Smith has sent my way, but also from the wonderful collaborators who started their adventures in psychology at Smith and went on to learn things in fields that I was never brave enough to enter. So one field I was never brave enough to enter was the study of language. But Susan Golden, as she was when she came to Smith, came already with an interest in language. There she is, I think we thought either 1967 or 68, somewhere in there for a freshman or sophomore year. She already had an interest in language and took advantage of Smith's junior year abroad program to do a year abroad beyond your dreams, working with on language and cognitive development, working on cognitive development with Jean Piaget, on language with Mimi Sinclair, and doing it all with a wonderful colleague who was senior to her but still very young in the field, Annette Karmeloff-Smith, and came back and developed that year the thesis project that she did in her final year at Smith. Now, I said I've avoided language at all costs, but as I've done my own work, asking what infants know and how children learn in domains that seem to have nothing to do with language, I found again and again that children's abilities in those domains seem to be related to aspects of their acquisition of language. So if I was going to understand the development of these abilities, I needed either to learn language myself or to collaborate with people who knew it. And learning language myself sounded way too hard, so I took the collaboration path. I've collaborated with Susan on a wealth of different studies looking at effects of language on numerical cognition and also on aspects of communication. But she is by no means the only person with whom I've been able to engage on these issues. There are at least 3 other Smith graduates. Now you might ask, why is it that there are so many people who study language and cognitive development and language and thought coming out of Smith? And the answer, of course, is pretty obvious. It's Jill de Villiers again, and also Peter de Villiers, and the wonderful circle of people who are both knowledgeable about and just wonderfully productive researchers working in those domains. So that's my personal thank you to Smith. And now let me go on to talk about the life of the person who had the greatest influence on me, my mentor in graduate school, Eleanor Jack Gibson, Smith, 1931, as you've already heard. Okay, so Eleanor Jack was born in Illinois, in Peoria. I wasn't able to find any pictures of her as a child. If any of you have any, I'd love to know about them. I know her archives are at Cornell, not at Smith, and they also start with her Smith years, not before. But let me tell you a little bit about her childhood using her own words. I'll let her tell you. She's a wonderful writer. If you haven't read her writings directly, I highly recommend them. She's a really, really excellent writer, much in the style of her favorite author, Jane Austen. And here's an example. She says, "I will abbreviate the beginning of this tale because my early life was so traditional as to make very dull telling. I was reared in an atmosphere of middle-class respectability among dozens of kindly, staunch Presbyterian relatives. The only surprising thing to me is how I managed to break away so far from this background to emerge as an intellectual, an academic at least, with ideas that would seem radical to my forebears. No one ever suggested that I was a particularly bright child, or even wanted me to be bright. I began to ponder the matter when I went to high school at the age of 12, that's a little young for high school, and wondered still more about my intellect when I grew interested in boys and found that it was essential, if I wanted them to reciprocate, to conceal the fact that my grades were A's." Okay, so this young woman comes to Smith. Here is Smith around the time, I think actually the year that she would have arrived at Smith as a 16-year-old. And her original intention was to major in languages, but pretty soon on her arrival, she enrolled in the introductory psychology class. And I was really interested to see that after taking that class, the next two classes that she opted to take were in child psychology and animal psychology, or animal behavior, I think it was called. And then she declared the psych major. Here's what she said about Smith. "Smith was a revelation and an instant joy to me, despite my provincialism. The greatest revelation was that Smith, a women's college, was a place where women were not only permitted, but encouraged to be scholars, even scientists," okay? This is said to be permissible today, even at coeducational colleges like Cornell. She's writing in 1980, and that's where she was at that point. But the atmosphere for real flourishing of an undergraduate woman who wants to be a scientist in particular still does not match Smith at that time. And then in another place, she adds, there were truly great women at Smith. We hear a lot about Kafka and J.J. Gibson, and the men were there, but there were also really empowering and wonderfully smart women at Smith. And I'm going to be giving you a list of what I see as Smith's blessings to Eleanor Jack, and then to Eleanor Jack Gibson, and this is the first one, okay, this kind of awakening that science was a possibility. So she took a number of psych courses in subsequent years, including some from people we've heard about already this morning, from MJ and from Mary. But the most memorable course she took was in her senior year, and that was the one that was taught by a brand new junior faculty member who had arrived shortly before that year, I believe, James Gibson. And here's how she describes that class. She says, "This course was small, just 9 students, and very time-consuming. Each person with a partner did 4 experiments each term, getting her own subjects wherever she could, Amherst, of course, being a popular source, and writing up the experiment complete with background. I made some of the best friends of my life in that class. Everyone in it went on to do graduate work. One of the experiments I did with Gertrude Raffel was published. It was very exciting, and both of us felt we were budding scientists." Now this, I think, is really pretty amazing. These are undergraduates, and in many courses, an undergraduate will repeat a classic experiment that has previously been done in psychology, right, like a mental rotation experiment or a navigation experiment or something like that. Here, they were breaking new ground. They were asking questions that hadn't been answered yet, devising experiments to answer them, and in a number of cases, even publishing them. In another place, she says more about the experiments that they did, and they covered a wide field with experiments on reaction time, learning, memory, perception, prism adaptation, the gamut of the field at the time. Everyone was on a novel problem, and many papers came out. And this, I think, is Smith's second blessing to Eleanor Jack, an absolutely first-rate education in experimental psychology. Okay, I want to give one example of the research that she did as an undergraduate at Smith. Obviously, by no means the only one, and many other papers came out later that I will not have time to talk to you about, but let's consider just one. Now, at this time, both at Smith and elsewhere, there was a lot of thinking was influenced by associationism and behaviorism, but there was also Kafka, as we heard from Mary and James Gibson, who were pushing back hard against their views. So it must have been a really exciting time intellectually, theoretically, with all of these different competing ideas going on. And in this context, Eleanor Jack and Gertrude Raffel decided to test whether the associative processes that the behaviorists were appealing to, and which were often studied in animals, accounted for human adults' implicit learning about a relationship between two events in the world, the presence of a sound and the presence of the occurrence of a subsequent shock. So the method was to recruit a bunch of subjects, test them individually, and test them while they were reading something aloud, and they were encouraged to read it to comprehend it. So their attention was supposed to be on the thing they were reading and not on other events that were happening over the course of the experiment. And while they were reading, their one hand was resting on a box, and at certain unexpected points over the course of reading, a bell would sound, and the hand, of course, would stay on the box. And then shortly after the bell, a shock would be delivered, a mild shock would be delivered from the box, after which, of course, that person would lift their hand. So those trials occurred repeatedly until people started anticipating when they heard the bell that they were going to get a shock, and they started lifting their hand before they got the shock. And at that point came the key manipulation in this experiment. Everything stayed the same except the hand that was on the box. If it had been the right hand before, it would be the left hand now. Okay? Now, if you put your right hand on a stove and the stove is hot, you are going to feel pain in your right hand. You're not going to feel it in your left hand. If you move to get away from the pain, you will move the hand that was on the stove. You will not move the other hand, right? The sensations are different. The motor movements are different between the two hands. But when they put the opposite hand on the box and the bell sounded, the hand came up before the shock occurred, showing, I think, in words that they would only start using later, that what people were implicitly learning in this experiment was about the affordances of the box, not about the associations of sensations with motor movements. Okay, so that's just one example of an experiment that she ran as an undergraduate and that they eventually published. So. At the end of her 4 years, Eleanor Jack graduated from Smith with two loves, experimental psychology and James Gibson, and at that point she had a problem. How to keep both of these, right? How to have a life that encompassed both. And here came Smith's third blessing. They admitted her into a 2-year master's program. They gave her a teaching assistantship that paid her a living wage while she was, which was not a trivial thing to get during the Great Depression, which is when all this was taking place. And then after the master's was completed, they hired her for 2 years as a full-time instructor at Smith, giving her and James Gibson 4 years in which to be at Smith and live together, and she was able to do her research and teaching and remain engaged and active at the same time. However, there was no PhD program for her. I thought there was no PhD program at Smith at all. MJ corrected me on that score. There was if you were a student of Gestalt psychology, and there were a few people who got their PhDs that way. But you'll see later that Gibson didn't want to go down the path of Gestalt psychology for reasons that we'll get to. So for her, there wasn't the option of a PhD at Smith. So she applied to and was accepted at Yale
to conduct her PhD there. And she went there, I think, in 1935 or 36, somewhere around there for a single year. Now, her goal while she was there, consistent with her first course choices at Smith, her goal was to either study comparative psychology, doing research on animals, or developmental psychology, doing research on children, or both, okay? That was what she wanted to do. But she wanted to do the research using rigorous experimental methods, not qualitative methods, but, clear quantitative experimental methods. And she encountered some obstacles. One, it turned out this was the wrong faculty to do this with. Yale was nearly completely an all-male institution. The reigning comparative psychologist didn't even invite her to sit down when she finally got an appointment with him. He simply walked over to the door and opened it and said, "There are no women in my lab." So she couldn't do comparative psychology. And the reigning developmental psychologist, she never even asked because he wasn't using experimental methods. It was more qualitative and observational methods. So wrong faculty. Second, she was clearly the wrong gender. We see one example of that already, but the examples ran deeper. If you were a male applying to grad school at Yale, you were eligible, if you were admitted, to get fellowships to support you, to have your tuition waived, and to get free lodging within the compound of the graduate complex. As a woman, you got none of those things. She had to pay tuition. She had no opportunities to earn money, and she wasn't even able to use the psychology library, which was within the complex in which the male grad students were housed, much less live within that complex. So she was the wrong gender. It was also the wrong time to have a depression, to be in grad school during a depression when everybody was poor and money was hard to come by, and Yale, as I said, was charging full tuition. And here came Smith's fourth blessing. They awarded her a scholarship, not to be at Smith, but to be at Yale, a scholarship that paid her full tuition and a small amount toward her living expenses for 1 year, just 1 year. So she had 1 year at Yale in which to find an advisor, and indeed she did. She found an advisor in a field that her research on with the shocks and the hands was undermining, a behaviorist advisor, and to develop a research program that she could live with and he could live with as well, and to complete all residency requirements. All of that had to happen within 1 year. So she did that, and then she returned to Smith, where they bestowed the fifth blessing on her, which was to provide the research facilities within which she could conduct all the experiments that she had laid out in her PhD proposal, and also while being a half-time instructor at Smith. Half-time, so she had half of her time to do those experiments, but also was getting paid while she was there and was in contact with students. So again, let me tell you use her own words to tell you about her thesis at Yale. She says that the dissertation included a long theoretical paper linking the concepts of generalization and differentiation, which were her concepts, to paired associate learning, forgetting, and various transfer phenomena, which was the language that her advisor, Clark Hull, wanted to hear, could make sense of. She says, "I was not an SR psychologist at heart, I suppose, for all my attraction to animal research. I didn't believe then or now that external reinforcement, in Hull's sense, was applicable to perceptual learning. I thought that differentiation, once achieved, was not extinguishable," so the concept of extinction is not appropriate here, "even though a subject was commanded to learn new responses to whatever was differentiated. However, it wasn't possible to say all this in so many words at that time." And I like to hear this last phrase two different ways simultaneously. One, it wasn't politically or humanly possible because all of this work was being funded by an advisor whose views were radically different from hers. But I think she's also saying this was early on her path, and the concepts that she would ultimately come to use to retrospectively understand the research that she was doing there were still being developed. So it was a really formative period for her, but one in which she was still continuing to develop and grow and learn. Okay, so after her PhD in 1938 came Smith's sixth blessing, a full-time position now as a faculty member, full-time faculty member at Smith. So she taught her own courses. She moved into a house that she describes very lovingly. She describes all its 7 fireplaces. I was hearing more about it last night from Jerry, her son. And the family lived there, very close walk to work, something I always required, by the way, and I wonder if I somehow got this from her when my kids were young. I would take the job that would put me closest, put my home closest to where I was working. And she worked there happily until Pearl Harbor and the war called all the male faculty away, as we heard about before. Now, at that point, Eleanor took over all the courses of the male faculty, including James's courses, the male faculty who had left. The women who were left took over all those courses, did double duty teaching, and remained for the rest of the academic year before then moving to reunite the family, first in Texas and then in California. And there, finally, at the end of the war, we get Smith's last blessing to Eleanor. In 1946, Smith renewed the offers of faculty positions to both of them, and they returned to Smith and remained both full-time faculty members there until they moved to Cornell 3 years later. So for the rest of this talk, I'm going to focus on the time between when the war ended, the Gibsons returned to academic life, first at Smith and then at Cornell. And to give you a sense of where we're going, I want to start with a timeline. So in 1946, as I said, they returned to 2 full-time positions here in Northampton. In 1949, they moved to Cornell, where James accepted an offer as a full-time faculty member. But Cornell was operating under strictly enforced anti-nepotism rules, which precluded hiring 2 members of the same family to any kind of official position at the university. So when she first arrived, she didn't have a faculty position. She also didn't initially have a research position at the university. She had no position at all. Then later on, after being at Cornell for a while, she got an unpaid research position, which allowed her to be supported on grants that were given to other people. She wasn't a full member of the faculty, could not apply for her own grants, but she could join grants that were awarded to others, and she could also volunteer to do research in other people's labs if she could convince them to allow her to do that. Then in 1966. She got a half-time professorship of her own at Cornell. At that point, I think James had received funding from sources outside of Cornell University, and that created a way around the anti-nepotism rule. And so the university responded by offering her a half-time, not a full-time, professorship, and not full-time and also no lab, but a professorship that allowed her to apply for grants, advise students, and so forth. Then in 1972, finally, she was named the Susan Lynn Sage Professor of Psychology at Cornell, full-time, and for the first time she was given space to start her own lab. 3 years later, in 1975, the mandatory retirement rules, which were in effect across the country at that time, kicked in, and her status changed to emeritus professor at age 65. Okay, I look at this now considerably beyond the age of 65 with a certain degree of horror. But after 3 years of being a full-time professor, she became an emeritus professor. So she lost a bunch of academic privileges. She couldn't be the primary advisor of students anymore. However, she was still able as an emeritus professor to get grants and to keep her lab space as long as the grants were coming in. What I think this means is that after the war, I believe that Eleanor Jack Gibson was a full-time faculty member with her own lab and students for a total of 6 years. 3 of them at Smith, 3 of them at Cornell. If I'm not doing my math wrong, I think those are the only times that she had the full control over the research that she was doing, okay? All right, so what did she accomplish over this period from 1946 until the end of her life? I didn't give you the last parts of it yet, but what did she accomplish under these conditions, okay? Let's start with the first place where she volunteered to do research, which was at the Cornell Behavior Farm. Now, this was a farm for mostly domestic animals. You know, Cornell had an agriculture school and things like that, so they studied animals like goats and cows and pigs and so forth. She was interested in the goats and was put to work on an experiment that the director of the behavior farm was in charge of, where they were shocking baby goats to see whether pain led to psychopathology. Okay? Now, reading between the lines, because Eleanor never actually says this in any of her, directly, in any of her writings about her, her autobiography, she was skeptical. She does say that, she doesn't say why, but she says she was skeptical of the idea that pain was leading to psychopathology. There were I think what was going on is there were factors that she thought needed to be controlled that weren't being controlled by those experiments, right? It is true that the animals were getting pain, but they were also getting it unpredictably and uncontrollably, leaving open the possibility that the reactions that you saw came either from their efforts to understand and therefore control the pain they were getting and their failure to be able to do so because it was unavoidable, or whether it was just the pain itself. So while she was conducting this experiment that she didn't fully believe in, she asked the director of the lab if she could also do a second experiment of her own, where she looked at the effects of compared the effects of controllable versus uncontrollable shocks. And she was allowed to do that. And when she did, her study provided evidence that when the shocks were avoidable, as they were in her experiment with the people reading aloud with the box, when they were avoidable, what the animals were clearly doing was engaging in exploratory behavior to discover what they needed to do to avoid them. And in the case where the shock was unavoidable, they were going through their behavioral repertoire, searching to see whether there was anything they could do. And it was only after they discovered that nothing that they could possibly do would work that you started seeing signs of psychopathology. Now, she did all of this 15 years before Marty Seligman discovered learned helplessness. He never cited her, she published the work, he never cited it in those, at least not in those original learned helplessness papers, but the evidence was there, and I think the first of it came from her. The next experiment that she wanted to undertake, though, was the one that she had really wanted to start with, which was to look at effects of maternal behavior on the development of animals. And the animals that she chose were goats, for an interesting reason. She wanted to look at effects of the maternal environment on the animals, but was skeptical of studies that simply took one group of animals and had one kind of contact with moms and another group of animals and different kind of contact with moms, because the moms were different, and that could lead to transmissions of behavior through other routes other than learning and experience, like by sharing genes or by sharing a prenatal environment and so forth. The great thing about goats was that they're born as twins. And because they're born as twins, you can assign one of them to an experimental group and the other one to a control group, and you're controlling for the genetic relationship to mom, you're controlling for the fetal and basic properties of the fetal environment at least. So you have a clearer, more focused experiment. So she designed this beautiful experiment. She was midway through collecting the data on it, and then one day after Easter weekend, she came in and discovered that her control group was missing. They had been given away to people to eat for Easter dinner, okay? Now, she's told this story many times. Any of you who know her probably know this story. To me, what is most interesting about the story is what she ends it with, what I think particularly galled her about the fact that they gave her control group away. What they said when she said, "You've ruined my experiment," is, "No, we haven't. Your control group was just the ordinary guys who just get the normal, regular experiences with mom. We've got lots of other goats around here who have normal experience. Just pick some of them and put them in your control group." Totally missing the point of the randomized control experiment, right? I think what really galled her was this stupid university had put all these great resources in the hands of people who didn't know how to run an experiment on them. In any event, she doesn't say that anywhere. That's my interpretation. Okay, so one good thing came out, one further good thing besides learned helplessness, came out of her experience at the behavior farm. And that was that she participated in the process by which these kids were, the baby goats were born. And since there were 2 of them coming out at once, when you assisted in the delivery, you had to put the first goat somewhere before you picked up the second one. And during one of these deliveries, there was, I guess, a lot of clutter on the floor, and the veterinarian who was there working with her said, "Oh, put the goat on that little pedestal over there." And she was like, "No, I can't put the goat on the pedestal. The goat's going to fall off the pedestal." And the veterinarian said, "No, actually the goat won't fall off." So she did a little informal experiment and put the goat on the pedestal, and indeed the goat didn't move around. And then she wondered, okay, are they not moving around because they just don't move after they're born? So she put the goat on the ground, and the goat started walking around, okay? So there came the germ of an experiment that I think she would have pursued right away if she could have, but she left because of the way it was run, she left the behavior farm and changed fields. And she switched to creating, I think, a new way of doing psychophysics with human adults in the open air. These are studies that they ran on Navy recruits, I think it was, who would be bused in to the Cornell campus, where they would be where they would see open fields where there was like somebody on a bicycle who's driving toward or away from the field and making judgments like, given a task like blow a whistle when you think the driver is halfway across, or blow a whistle when you think the driver is a particular absolute distance away, and tasks like that, to get at both the precision of depth perception and the effects of training on depth perception. Yes, actually I had all this information here, sorry. So it's kind of a new way of studying space perception. As Mary said, there were lots and lots of studies in psychophysics that go back a very long way, but generally they take place in a lab where you've got little flashes of light coming out, and here she's going into the real world and studying perception, real perception of real navigable distances in real natural environments. Here's how she describes what she got from this research. The field experiments were very straightforward investigations of the effect of training on all kinds of distance judgments, including the ones I just described to you. Theoretically, they were not terribly exciting, but I've always felt rather proud of them. A lot of important muddles got straightened out, such as the confounding of perceptual learning with response bias and the danger of generalizing from photographs to real space, which people were very wont to do. It also became pretty obvious that young human adults are very skilled without training at making relative judgments of distance, even over a large area, and that perceptual constancy for stretches of distance over the ground was good. At the end of the 3 years this research occupied, I felt that a new field of learning, perceptual learning, had been staked out, maybe taking some steps here towards filling in the things that she didn't really have the tools to write about at the time of the thesis with Hull. She also, at this point, was engaged in a wonderful theoretical debate over how one should think about perceptual learning, and again, I'll let her tell it. The urge to theorize, acquired from all my mentors, my husband, Hull, even Kafka, was still strong. My husband and I spent many hours arguing about perceptual learning, what it really was and how it happened. Generalization and differentiation, concepts exploited in my thesis, were prime candidates for describing the process. So the work from the thesis, which included paired associate learning with Hull, had shown that generalization depended on, this is stuff that Ann Pick, who wonderfully is here somewhere, has studied to an extraordinary degree, depended critically on features of the stimuli that differentiated one stimulus or class of stimuli from another. And it was that, and not the number of words that you attach to one or another stimulus, that was predicting the patterns of learning that she had found in her thesis. So she says, based on that work, we thought that perceptual learning was a change in what is perceived, best described as increasing differentiation. And she did an experiment with a set of scribbles, originally all very confusable, that we designed to serve as an illustration of our ideas. So here it's a sorting task. You get to look at one of those 9 scribbles, And then you're getting a whole deck, and it's going to have multiple copies of each of them in there, and you have to just pick out the ones that are identical to the ones that you'd seen before. And initially, people make lots of overgeneralizations, and then they narrow down over time. And interestingly, she did the study both looking at effects of, at 2 timescales, both looking at effects of practice and also looking at changes over human development and finding both of those effects. But what most brought me up short and intrigued me about her description of this, this phase was her recounting of a debate that took place at APA. She writes, "This was the era of the so-called new look in perception. But the new look was not at all the new view we had in mind. The new look was formulated primarily by Jerome Bruner at Harvard, but other people as well, including Leo Postman. Bruner presented a theory of perception as a constructive process with hypotheses, sets, and check of hypotheses as the working concepts. Stimulation was thought to be impoverished and unreliable, leaving the door open to autistic factors to determine what is perceived. Your opinions, whether you're thinking hard about something or not, whether you're poor and you're seeing money or not, is going to affect what you see, was kind of the idea. Okay, our view was radically opposed to these notions. An opportunity to say so to a psychological audience came up when James Gibson was invited to organize a symposium for the AAAS in Berkeley. Leo Postman, our good friend on the faculty at Berkeley, agreed to prepare an opposing view to ensure a lively debate. Postman had co-authored some papers with Bruner in the New Look tradition, but he was more interested in a traditional learning view. He spoke eloquently for association and learning theory, and for perceptual learning as a matter of behavior change, presenting the best arguments that could have or still have been made against our proposals. It was a lively and friendly argument of the kind that I would like to see more often in psychology. And I have to break out of her story and just say one tiny thing about mine, okay? Because I have been in situations for years in which I'm arguing with people, they're arguing with me, and students are coming up and thinking, you guys must hate each other. My favorite person to argue with was Susan Carey. And when it was announced that we were first going to go to Harvard together and create a program there, people would come up to me and say, that's not possible. You guys don't agree about anything, right? Now, we both loved those debates. We loved them. And in fact, I can remember having moments, not very many of them, by the way, but moments where Susan would say, I think I have to agree with you on that point. And I would think, oh shit, we don't get to fight about that anymore. Right? You know? I mean, it was really fun. But what I had never thought about at the time was not only that I shared with Jackie this love for debate, but that in some sense, Susan was the wayward daughter of Jerry Bruner, and I was the wayward daughter of Eleanor Gibson. And here we were debating continuity and change in concepts, not perception, in some ways reenacting this classic debate 30 years later that Eleanor was describing here. Anyway, I highly recommend this debate if you want to read it. I read it as in graduate school with her. Finally, Richard Walk came and joined the faculty and set up a rat lab, and now she was in a position to do studies to build on the observations that she had made of the goats on the pedestal versus on the ground. Now, once again, in order to do this, she had to join his ongoing research project. And his ongoing research project was looking at the effects of exposure to visual shapes on subsequent discrimination of those shapes. So he has two conditions of rats, two groups of rats. One is randomized to grow up in an empty cage, and the other is randomized to grow up in a cage that has solid objects of different shapes, a triangle, a circle, a square, and so forth, within the cage itself. And I couldn't find any pictures of this, but the closest I came on the web was this picture here, which at least shows what one of these figures might have looked like, okay? There's only a verbal description of them in the paper. But there were three figures there. And again, he found, when she joined the lab, he had already completed the first experiment, and he found the effect he was looking for, which was that the rats who grew up with the different shapes were better, learned more readily to discriminate the shapes than the rats who grew up without them. But Eleanor was skeptical of that result. Again, I think she found a confound in his experiment. The rats who had the shapes to look at also had those shapes on 3D objects that they could interact with. So they were leading more interesting lives than the rats that were just in a bare cage. She proposed a follow-up experiment to get at whether visual experience really was the critical factor, a dark rearing experiment where rats would be randomized to be raised in the same behavioral environment, but some of them only in the dark. They're nocturnal animals, so they can move around in the dark, and the others in the light. So they ran the dark rearing experiment and found that the two groups of rats were equally good at learning to perceive the differences in shape, suggesting that this wasn't, in effect, a visual experience. But while that experiment was going on, she pointed out that there was a lot of work involved in dark rearing animals. It would be really nice if the very same work could pay off in a second experiment. Let's build a visual cliff and see what the animals do, whether they need visual experience to perceive depth. So Walk and Gibson built a visual cliff. They took the rats in their two shape, light dark rearing versus light rearing conditions, put them on the center of the board, and in their very first attempt discovered and reported that if the board was simply a continuous flat surface, the rats who had been reared in the dark and were very comfortable moving around using their whiskers to navigate continued to use their whiskers and cross both sides equally, oblivious to the visual information. However, she realized that that wasn't a test of visual depth perception because they simply weren't using vision at all. So she changed the cliff, added a raised board so that when the rat is on the center board, his whiskers don't reach did I need to explain the cliff anymore? Does everybody know what the visual cliff is? Okay, there's plexiglass on both sides, so the rat's not going to fall off when they get off the board. And if they can feel it with their whiskers, they're going to feel that both sides are nearby. There isn't any cliff, okay? But if they have to make the decision visually, the plexiglass is transparent, and on one side it looks like the surface is far away, and on the other side it looks like it's nearby. So the rats who were light reared in both conditions go for the walk out on the surface that's nearby and avoid the deep side, and the ones that were dark reared behave identically to the light reared ones. Okay? On first encounter with a lighted environment, under conditions where they can't navigate by their whiskers, they used vision and responded to the perceived depth. And I just told you all of that. Okay. Having found that, they published that result in Science, and finally it put Gibson in a position to do the kind of both developmental and comparative work that she had wanted to do all along. So they did beautiful comparative studies of all different animals on the visual cliff, finding that basically everyone except turtles who would look at the deep side and think, oh, lake, wonderful, right? everyone except for turtles avoided the deep side and moved out freely on the shallow side, including human infants, although infants don't move around on their own at all until they're quite old, so they couldn't be tested as early. They also went on to ask what information are the animals and human infants using to detect the depth difference? What visual information are they using? And they found that no species relied on static surface properties. So if you present checks of the same equal objective side that are far away versus close, the density of the contours in the array will be greater for the far away surface than for the closer surface. But they controlled for that with other studies, and that wasn't the information that was being used. Also, no species required binocular vision. Even the animals that had binocular vision, if you covered one eye, they showed that it didn't perturb their ability to choose between the two sides of the cliff. And partly by a process of elimination, partly by direct study, they inferred that it was the optic flow that's generated as an animal moves around on that center board, and the differential flow of the surface texture on the center board relative to each of the two sides that guided them in choosing the shallow side over the deep side. And here I want to pause because I think this work has led Gibson to three deep insights that have strongly marked cognitive science since and psychology since her time. The first insight, perhaps the most obvious one, is that visual perception of surface distance is not learned, and that learning is not equivalent to a change in responding. And here, my favorite study that she did on the visual cliff is one that I haven't mentioned to you yet, but I think she might have especially liked it also because she included it in a lot of her discussions of this effect and in her book of selected readings of experiments that she had published. It was conducted on cats. Now, cats, like rats, are very happy moving around in the dark. So a dark rearing experiment is not a negative experience to put a cat in. They're perfectly happy to move around and navigate in the dark. But unlike the rats, when cats were reared in the dark and then put on the centerboard of a cliff, even if they were raised up so that their whiskers couldn't be used to detect the differences where the two sides actually would be felt to be, those cats responded equally on the two sides of the cliff on the first day on which they were tested, okay? Now, she was a really good observer of animals, and she looked at them and said, it looked like they were kind of bewildered by suddenly being in the light, and very unsure of their movements no matter where they were. And on the cliff, it looked like they almost would, by accident, end up on one or the other side of the cliff. But she also noticed that across days, very quickly, they started preferring to descend on the shallow side relative to the deep side. And after 7 days, they were almost uniformly choosing the shallow side over the deep side, okay? Now, at this point, they asked, what could produce this change? Now, if the cats were learning to perceive death, but you have to understand, I should have said this, the cats are, once the dark rearing phase of the study ends, the cats are spending their life in just two environments. Most of the time they are inside their cage. There are no cliffs inside the cage. There's just a single ground surface that will support them wherever they move within their boundaries of the cage, which is all they can do. When they're on the cliff, they're placed on a centerboard, and on the first day, they're descending on both sides. And on both sides, when they descend, they find themselves on a perfectly safe piece of plexiglass right next to the centerboard, right? Okay, that's the only experience the cat has. What should the cat be learning if you learn to perceive space? They should be learning that both sides of this cliff are perfectly safe to descend on, and they should go from, they start out at 50-50, they should continue at 50-50. The affordances of the two sides that they're experiencing are identical, because for a whole day they're descending equally on both sides. But that's not what's happening. What's happening over time is that descents on the deep side are going down, and descents on the shallow side are coming up. So how do they explain this? Here's what they wrote. The cats had equal experience descending on the two sides at the beginning. They should have learned that descent on either side was perfectly safe. If one supposes that avoidance of the cliff is learned without reinforcement, how is the eventual behavioral preference, the preference for the shallow side, acquired? It seems most reasonable to adopt the hypothesis that retinal processes were maturing in these animals, and those processes required the stimulus of a certain amount of light, probably patterned light. Good guess there. If this is learning, it does not fit any current definition. I think this is a radical rethinking of both classical and contemporary theories of the origins of perception, and by extension, the origins of knowledge, right? If you want to take learning seriously, you have to actually test for it and ask yourself what kind of information is available to an animal to serve as a basis for the changes in behavior that we're seeing. Okay, the second main insight, the fundamental role of the ground surface in perception, in action, and beyond, a ground surface specified by optic flow. Now, I think the Gibson studies with adults, the open-air psychophysics experiments, had already revealed the role of optic flow in adults in perception of their own position and movement over the ground. But what the studies of the visual cliff did was to extend these findings to infants, both human infants and infant animals of other species. With the visual cliff, I think that Gibson and Walk revealed that animals, including us, are oriented to the ground surface as a permanent environment that can support us and that can be detectable from patterns of optic flow, and that this ground surface is important not only to humans, but to animals of all different species and at all different ages and with different kinds of experiences. And I think today, it's helpful to think about these studies and thinking about all the work today on navigation and scene representation and the primacy of the ground surface in guiding what we perceive and infer about a scene. But I think the most important change that I would attribute to Gibson with this line of work is I think what she offered the world is a new approach to the study of perception. And here I'm going to echo, I think, some things that Mary was saying much earlier today. Now, Eleanor Gibson and James Gibson were suspicious of the classic psychophysics that Mary described that was practiced first by Helmholtz, later by Titchener and Boring, and so forth. She had misgivings both about Gestalt psychology and about her own experiments in open-air psychophysics, because all of them in one way or another were based on people's judgments, okay? Here's what she wrote. Reflecting back on her experience at Smith and the seminars in Gestalt psychology that I had flagged much earlier. Although the discussions in Kafka's seminar were on a very high level, I was not attracted by Gestalt psychology, and I yearned for what I thought of as hard psychology. I didn't like introspective methods. I wanted to be objective, as I thought of it then, and I wanted to work with children and animals. Here, I think Gibson is putting her finger on a major limitation of the classical approach to psychophysics that came from the brilliant experimenter Hermann von Helmholtz and then got brought to America by Titchener and others, okay? Now, for Helmholtz, he did gorgeous studies of depth perception in adults, using himself always as both the experimenter and the subject, the person who introspected on his own experiences of the distance of an object or a point of light or something viewed through a prism, et cetera, in a psychophysical experiment. He also speculated about the development of perception in humans and other animals, but he declared that it was impossible to study the development of perception because the methods of psychophysics could only be implemented in trained adult human experimenters who learn techniques for introspecting on their own experiences and describing those experiences systematically as the physical stimulation that was eliciting them was varied. They simply couldn't be done on other animals. Now, this wasn't just an idle theoretical claim. It imprinted itself deeply on the history of psychology. Thanks to Titchener, the psychology department that he founded at Cornell had no developmental psychology. And developmental psychology, when Frank Kyle and I, who were both studying cognitive development, were on the faculty at Cornell, we were cognitive psychologists. We were not developmental psychologists. Developmental psychology was in a different school at Cornell, in the Department of Human Development and Family Studies. Okay? It wasn't part of psychology. And in fact, it didn't become part of psychology, I think, until about 2 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago, when Catherine Kinsler, who Susan and I both know, was some kind of dean at Cornell and decided this is ridiculous, we've got to get these two departments together. Now, I was an undergraduate at Harvard, and when I was there, the same thing was true of Harvard. If you wanted to study human development, you went to the Department of Social Relations. You did not go to the Department of Psychology, because since Boring's time, Boring being a student of Titchener, as we learned earlier, studying children was not part of experimental psychology. But the visual cliff studies showed the world otherwise. They opened a door to, I think, both not only to a much broader and deeper and more meaningful psychology of perception, but of cognition and cognitive science more generally. You can do psychophysics not by relating points of light to conscious experiences, but by relating optical transformations to adaptive action. That's what the visual cliff was all about. It was about perceiving the affordances of the layout and the motive to explore it by moving around as well as looking around off the center board and deciding where you're going to move on the visual cliff. And this opened the door to doing any experiment that you could could do on an adult now, reconceived in this way, could be done on an animal or could be done on a child or a human infant. So just a couple implications of these discoveries. They stimulated a host of other experiments. My favorite, controlled rearing experiment, which built directly on Gibson's work on the visual cliff, was done by Richard Held, where he showed that what's really going on with the cats is not that they can't see that there's depth on one side and not on the other side, but that they need experience coordinating vision with action. So if they're allowed to move around independently, they will avoid the cliff the first time they ever see one, even though their only experience in the light, they weren't in lighted cages, they remained in the dark in their cages. Their only experience in the light was inside this so-called kitten carousel, where they couldn't even see their feet touching the ground as the active cat walked. They had no experience of a cliff or of a safe ground surface from vision, okay? Yet the first time that the active cat is put on the deep side of the cliff, they avoid, put on the centerboard, they avoid the deep side and go to the shallow side. Now, these studies also inspired research on human infants' use of optic flow for balance, which people started discovering, for avoiding obstacles and so forth. And more recently, they've inspired research in computational cognitive neuroscience, looking at the brain systems that are sensitive to optic flow, and finding evidence for sensitivity not only in adult animals and newborn animals, but in fetal animals. Before animals actually move through a layout, they may dream about moving through layouts and about the patterns of optic flow that these layouts generate. However, none of this inspired Cornell to give Eleanor Gibson a job when Walk left a few years later. So I will go quickly now. With Walk's departure and still no faculty position, Gibson turned to another area. I'm running short on time, so I'm not going to tell you about the wonderful work on reading that Ann Pick, who is here, was very important to, and she's, of course, going to recognize these displays. Work looking at invariance and letter perception, anticipating work, computational work that's been done over the last 5 or 7 years or so. Also innovative work on sensitivity to letter sequences, anticipating work by Stanislas Dehaene and others on the visual word form area and its sensitivity to frequencies or probabilities of occurrence of different letter combinations within words, and pioneering studies even of effects of morphology on how we pronounce, on children's pronunciation of written words. I think opening a door to the kind of interactive multi-leveled approach to language understanding and reading comprehension that's very popular today. She also wrote a book that won Best Psychology Book of the Year. She won too many prizes for even Cornell to continue to take her for granted, and was named the Susan Lean Sage Professor, as I told you, in 1972. Now, she says in one of her autobiographies that I was the first person to do research in her lab, and I did do 2 studies in her lab. One that was never published that asked, when a baby sees it's the same person doing different actions, do they perceive a persisting individual, unique individual across those actions? And another study asking, when babies see 2 events and hear the sound of one of them, can they connect that sound to the event that they're looking at? But the most interesting studies, I think, that were done in her lab were her own studies. Let me tell you just quickly about 3 of them. These are all studies on human infants. 2 of them used looking time as a measure of infants' exploration of the objects, interest in them, and abilities to distinguish their properties. She found that infants could distinguish rigid objects from non-rigid objects based on their motion. She found that they could connect the rigidity that they felt an object to have when they sucked it in their mouth with the rigidity of or deformability of an object that they could see without touching it as early as 1 month of age. And in my favorite studies, she looked at infants' responses to the approach of a visible obstacle, a visible surface that either was an obstacle that looked like it was on a collision course with the infant, or a window that looked as if it was opening up a vista for the infant. And when the obstacle was approaching them, the infants would press their heads back on their headrest, and when the window was approaching and opening the vista, they would lean their heads forward, okay? Those are some of the studies that she conducted in her lab. She continued to run a productive lab for many years after that point. I don't know if anybody has been aware of the recent wave of skepticism about making conclusions, any kind of conclusions about infants using visual exploration as a measure. But if you are aware of it, I recommend that you read Eleanor Gibson on exploratory behavior. Exploratory behavior is a wonderful way to learn about what creatures already know and what they're ready to learn. It tells you what you already know because you can't explore effectively unless you have some knowledge. If you're a navigator and you're exploring a terrain, you'll only be able to gain knowledge about that terrain if you start out knowing where you are at the beginning, which way you're facing, what direction you're going in, how far you're going in that direction. So you need knowledge in order to gain knowledge, and she was very aware of that. She wrote, at age 81, pulled together a whole bunch of her empirical papers and wrote new and really interesting introductions to them, gave a keynote address at the American Psychological Society 2 years later, and in the last year of her life published her last book, from which I want to quote very briefly. My purpose in these pages is to tell the story of a couple of scientists married to one another and working in much the same field. I want to show, and this goes back to a discussion with the former undergrads here, I want to show that it's possible to raise a family and do one's job pretty well, in our case, without sacrificing one's independence. Yes, there were what some would consider sacrifices when I gave up my safe teaching job at Smith for a completely uncertain research future. That seems to me like a bit of an understatement. But with plenty of love, family support, and imagination, it can turn out to be far more interesting. She doesn't say good, but interesting. She's not saying anything negative here, than sticking to that safe spot. My husband and I both loved international travel, and it led, international adventure, and it led to frequent travel, new friends, well-educated children, and most important, some new insights in science. And I want to end with just a reflection on where Gibson was then in 2002 and where we are today. 20 years have passed since 2002, and I think we have seen no share of discombobulating events as a society and a collective species. Discombobulating events due to climate change, discombobulating events due to vast technological changes that have changed the way we live and kind of overtaken us so fast that we don't really have time to even sort out what are the good things about these technologies and what are the bad things and what in the world can we do about both of those, and of course the changes from the pandemic. Well, Gibson faced setbacks at every step of her work. She struggled financially as a student during the Depression. She was, as an untenured faculty member, she was derailed by World War II. As a woman, she wasn't allowed to live at Yale. I went through all of that. As the wife of a faculty member, she couldn't be hired at Cornell. And then finally, when she could be, as an older person, she was forced to retire. But her story is not unhappy. Her life was a tremendous success. She loved her college years. That, I hope, was absolutely clear. She married the love of her life and lived with him for 47 years. She raised 2 great children, mixing research and parenting. That was another thing she taught me, to the benefit of both. She traveled widely, meeting colleagues who became close friends, and she did good work throughout her life, under good conditions and less good conditions, and never grew tired of it. So when I think of her experiences at Smith, one thing that made me really excited about coming here today and talking to all of you is it seems to me there's a lesson to be learned here from something that all of us in colleges and universities are trying to do now, which is to make the environment of academia a welcoming place to all people who have the basic base of knowledge and motivation to come and learn in it. So to look at this tale of someone who came from such an exceedingly marginalized group that there were actually concrete rules that barred her from engaging in these processes at various times and in various places. And yet to see how she was able to turn each setback, to find within each setback a way in which her work and her learning could continue to progress and she could continue to thrive. I think it's a story that should give all of us hope, and also the ways in which Smith helped her at the early stages along the way seem to me should provide a real model to any institution that wants to become more open and welcoming to people of all kinds of backgrounds and with all different kinds of needs. And then the other lesson, I think, comes from this example of a happy life with steady progress in a very unsteadying and often unhappy set of times, right from the Depression to the war, to all the particular kinds of uncontrollable setbacks that she faced. And I hope you can take it in that spirit. It makes me actually feel better about the situation that we're in right now. So thank you.
I'd like to add to your account of Jackie trying to find an advisor at Yale.
Yes.
Because it echoes a point that Wendy made earlier about the importance of a Smith attitude. So after Robert Yerkes ushered her out of his office, saying, "I do not have him in my laboratory," she actually went to the department head to complain that he had turned her away. And the department head said, "What do you expect? He's a prominent professor. You should ask one of the young men to work with you. They might be willing to take a chance because they need people to do work for them." And she said, "No, I deserve to work with a prominent scientist." And so she sought out Hull, who said, basically, if you can fit it, what you want to do into my scheme, then okay.
Thanks, Claudia. Absolutely right. Any other comments or questions? Okay.
It's fine. I think Michael can stay. Okay. So sit on that chair and just don't roll away.
Let's see. Make sure you get set up. Great. Okay, so I'm just going to do a little intro. Okay.
And so
Great,
your,
thank you.
your
Yep.
pictures are behind us.
They are. Oh, yeah, so you can see them there.
Okay, great. You guys all set?
There I am.
You all set?
We're on. Okie doke. Let's give that a
Okay,
whirl.
so I'll do my little intro, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we're ready for our last formal talk, and then afterwards we have a discussion in which we hope the entire audience will participate. Our final speakers are Dr. Michael Turvey and Dr. Robert Shaw. They're professors emeriti at the University of Connecticut, where they studied ecological psychology through movement control and goal-directed behavior. They're going to be talking to us today about James Gibson, the other half of that married couple. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Turvey and Dr. Shaw.
You'll notice there's a third person up here. I'm Claudia Corello, the facilitator. Michael and Bob have known each other for 50 years and have many wonderful stories to tell. I've known them both for 45 years. Bob was my PhD advisor. Michael is my spouse. But more importantly, I actually remember their stories. My job is to make sure that they tell the stories that are relevant to today's event. If left to their own devices, they'd wander off into stories about how they met or try to tell you all the nerdy intricacies of some arcane discovery. So I'll try to ensure that we don't get too technical too often. Although it's not ideal, the best way for us to stay on message short of my learning ventriloquism is to read prepared remarks. So this is what we'll be doing. Let's begin with your origin stories as they relate to James Gibson. Michael, how did you first encounter Gibson's ideas? You were some kind of athlete, weren't you? Here, right here.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, dear. I know her. I competed in track and field and had just begun to represent Great Britain. But injury kept me out of the Tokyo Olympics in 1964. Hello?
Yeah, we're just closer to the
Since my undergraduate degree was in physical education, I went to Ohio State for a year to get a master's degree. I had a long-term interest in motor skills and how people could perform and acquire skills like the hammer throw and the pole vault. The flexibility of the American educational system allowed me to take courses in any department. The bursar just, here's parenthetical. The bursar just said, as long as you pay your money, honey. For me, this was one of the great moments of being an American. Quite stunning. So I took a course in learning with Dallas D. Wiggins because I thought, a very famous, actually, experimental psychologist some decades ago. So I took a course in learning with relevance to my, thank you, madam, because I thought psychology was likely to be relevant to my interests. Apparently, I did well because they gave me a teaching assistantship, so I could move to psychology and stay in America. I said, but I don't know any psychology. And Dallas Wiggins said, this American gentleman, wonderful man, you will. However, nothing I read in my new discipline seemed helpful to understanding skill until I picked up a book that had a chapter by James Gibson. perception as a function of stimulation. Now this is now here we go. It's very wise to always have your wife when you're giving.
They're old guys, they
Just to
can't
let
quite
you-
see
let
well
you
enough
know.
to read either, so what are you going to do? Go ahead.
Now, this is the way to go. I thought. I looked for other papers by Gibson and found that many that were even more apt. And I soon considered myself a Gibsonian, even though it took quite some time for me to know how to write or talk about it formally.
And when did you finally meet him?
I was invited to Cornell to give a colloquium in 1970. Although I consider myself a Gibsonian, all of my published work at that point was still within the prevailing information processing perspective. For those of you who continue with that, or as it were, realize that something had taken its place. My first ecological-oriented paper appeared in...
Nay.
So, there are reasons for being married for a long time.
Okay, come on.
Okay, so I imagine that Jimmy showed up just to be polite and attend a formal department event. Later, when we talked, I told him about my interests and what I thought his approach provided a route to understanding school behavior in sports. We talked about what would be required of a theory of action that could, I can't see it, I have some trouble with vision. That could complement his theory of perception. We corresponded a good deal after that initial meeting. My first ecologically oriented paper appeared in 1974, a note on the relation between action and perception. And we met frequently thereafter at conferences and special events in Connecticut.
Bob, I know that you majored in philosophy and mathematics. Of course, no one expects that to provide as firm a foundation for understanding Gibson as phys ed, but could you tell us how you made it work? When did you encounter his ideas?
Jimmy came to a summer institute at the University of Minnesota where I had just joined the faculty after being there as a postdoc. I knew of him only by reputation. He was known to be innovative and difficult to understand. I hadn't read any Gibson at the time, but took the course he taught at the institute. He was talking about the direct perception of layout, and I couldn't understand what he was saying, but after a week or so, a light bulb went off in my head. I had studied epistemology, so all of a sudden it dawned on me, and I said, "Oh, you mean direct perception like G.E. Moore and the direct perception of the good." And he said, putting his microphone in my face, he said, "Exactly, young man, exactly." I didn't know clearly what he meant, but at least I had an insight. The rest of the summer, he and I would talk about how to handle different issues. He was very tolerant of my misinformed questions, and he loved to clarify things for himself as well as for me.
And this immersive education continued, didn't it?
Yes. Later that fall, I got a phone call from Gibson inviting me to Cornell for the 1969-70 year. He told me they could pay my salary if I teach an undergraduate course on perception and help teach his graduate seminar on perception. I said, "I can't do it. I've never had a course in perception." He said, "Don't worry, you can use my notes." When I arrived, he handed me the thinnest folder I've ever seen. I opened it and it says things like, "Tell them about Helmholtz," or "Explain Kohler's theory of prism adaptation," and so on. No notes, just topics. Luckily, I had good teaching assistants, and they got me through the course.
But Gibson wasn't the only lure at Cornell, was he?
No, they also boasted Juris Hartmanis, the leading mathematician in the area of computational complexity theory. I planned to divide my time between Gibson's lab and the computer science department. But when I told them I wanted a computational simulation of a gradient detecting device, as Jackie Gibson's visual cliff experiments had shown babies and goats and chickens to be able to handle, Hartmanis advised me to work more with Gibson because I wanted a type of machine that went way beyond any abstract machines that anybody knew about then. I came to appreciate how radical Gibson really was. I realized we had to reinvent the foundations of psychology. So he and I spent a lot of time together that year. He and Jackie invited my wife and Dot for dinner at least once a week. After dinner, he and I would sit in the living room over a bottle of bourbon and talk until dawn the next morning. I learned a lot, and we became very good friends.
And since I don't want to be the only geezer up here without a young exemplar, I just figured I would share me as undergraduate Gibsonian. The title of this remembrance of Gibson calls him a distinguished dissident, a label that comes from Ed Reed's biography of Gibson. Why should he be considered a dissident? Michael, since you were a bit of a golden boy in that view, having won the first early career award in cognitive psychology from the American Psychological Association, why don't you tell us what the prevailing view was?
Then, and now really, it boils down to the assertion that perception, cognition, movement, and so on are all executed, controlled, and regulated by the brain. The presumption is that perception consists of making propositions about what's likely to be out in the world, giving rise to activities in the head. Computations are carried out over all the inadequate bits and pieces stored in the brain.
And Bob, could you highlight what made and makes Gibson's view different?
Perception and action are not capabilities of brains. They don't consist of computation executed over representations inside the brain. Gibson's emphasis was on animal environment systems. Perception and action are lawful achievements of animal environment systems.
With such a contrarian view, you might think that Gibson would have languished in obscurity, but your title also refers to him as a distinguished dissident. Here we see that he received some of the most prestigious awards in our discipline, beginning as a young faculty member at Smith and continuing throughout his lifetime. Let's highlight a few. Michael?
His election to the Society of Experimental Psychologists at the age of 35 is damned impressive. In parentheses, at the last meeting, there was a contest to see who traveled the oldest, and I only came in 5th. Also, the Warren Medal from that same society is notable. It's the oldest major award given in American psychology, and it remains among the most prestigious. It recognizes outstanding achievement over the previous 5 years. That 1952 award would have included Gibson's first book, which was written while he was here at Smith.
Michael, you and Bob both benefited from the center at Stanford.
Jimmy's selection for the Center for Advanced Study at Stanford, as well as the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, highlight what Bob said earlier. Gibson loved debating ideas in order to clarify them, to pursue their implications, and to try to reveal their limitations. People are chosen for those year-long residents so that they can interact with colleagues from diverse disciplines, like-minded or not, to push the field. Jackie was selected for the center at Stanford that same year.
Bob, I know that you got a Senior Career Award from the National Institutes of Health. What can you tell us about this particular honor?
The NIH Senior Career Award recognizes researchers with a distinguished record of original contributions. As an aside, you need 3 reference letters. Jimmy wrote one of mine. In paying your salary, the award releases you from teaching and protects you from committee obligations so you can devote time to new scholarly directions. This was important for Jimmy to write his second book. It was also important for Jackie because it meant that Cornell was no longer paying Jimmy's salary, so nepotism was no longer a bar to her being hired as a faculty member. Apparently, this financial detail was more significant for her hiring than the fact that she had already received many of the same awards listed here.
I also see a couple of honors in the arts.
Jimmy's interest in art expanded his entire career. His dissertation was on the perception and reproduction of drawings, and the final section of his last book was devoted to depiction. This interest was important to the development of his theory. If perception is not to be understood as little pictures in the head, then how are actual pictures to be understood? He worried a lot about that and gathered some of the greatest scholars in the field for events in Ithaca, including Sir Ernst Gombrich, the prominent art historian, and Rudolf Arnheim, a Gestalt-trained art and film theorist and perceptual psychologist.
Your title indicates that the nature of Gibson's influence was to ecologize cognitive psychology. Give us a feel for what that means.
An ecological sensibility means that you ask what's required to understand perception as a biological function, not a logical function. Remember, for Gibson, perception is not proposition making. Perception evolved to guide adaptive behavior in natural environments.
Michael, what is the consequence of casting perception biologically?
There's a focus on what animals do and where they do it. You get action in from the start, which is what I found so attractive. Action is not an afterthought. It's not a representation produced as the end product of perception. This is really captured in Gibson's notion of affordances, which is central to his idea and has been quite influential, although its use is often muddled, parentheses, to use one of Jimmy's favorite criticisms, close that, my others. Affordances are the offerings of nature, the possibilities or opportunities for action.
And Bob, what's the key to making this work?
For Gibson, information is available to specify affordances. That means information has to be about the environment and about the animal. If affordances are specified, they need not be computed, and they do not serve as representations of opportunities for action.
James Gibson taught at Smith College from 1928 to 1949. As we've already seen, he did enough important work to warrant election to the Society of Experimental Psychologists in the middle of his Smith career. Here's a sampling of work done during this time. Let's focus on insights from this period that persisted in his approach. Michael?
This is my wife.
Yeah. They know. But let's get on with it.
My oldest one on that list is a graduate school essay that tells us his biases as he headed to his job at Smith. He already had an affinity for a functional grounding of his theory. He was already eager to consider behaviors by all organisms, not just humans, and not just organisms with our kind of brain.
Bob, what would you like to highlight?
The last one on that list has become quite important. The appeal of a field analysis came from his interaction with the Gestaltists at Smith. There's so much in this article that anticipates what came decades later. He didn't use the language then, but he was dealing with affordances and avoiding obstacles, emphasizing the animal-environment relation and emphasizing the perception-environment system. It's often said that Gibson's work was ahead of its time. Ed Reed said that in the 1938 paper, Gibson was even ahead of himself.
What about studies in psychology from Smith College? That seems apt for today's event. Michael, you were a dedicated undergraduate teacher. That must appeal to you.
Yes, I am quite fond of that one. It grew out of Gibson's laboratory classes. He required students to execute 9 experiments during a semester. This was not only true of his experimental psychology class, but his social psychology class as well. This particular collection of experiments is notable for questioning the division between subjective and objective, a question that arises in affordances. They're about the animal as well as about the environment.
Bob, what's the insight of the Psych Review paper?
It already reflects his attempt to naturalize perception. He was already arguing that we should care about what stimuli are psychologically real for perceivers, not stimuli that are convenient for scientists to manipulate or label.
So all of the insights here in red are key parts of Gibson's legacy, and they originated in his work at Smith. But he wasn't finished. 1950 sees publication of the book Perception of the Visual World, which was written during 1946 to 1949. It was probably the main reason he got the Warren Medal from SEP. Edwin Boring, the premier historian of psychology, said that this book alters our views about visual space perception, which is a central problem in philosophy and psychology for the past few hundred years. Bob, tell us what was so revolutionary.
He characterized the prevailing view of space perception as an air theory, disembodied eyeballs floating in space, abstract geometric points floating in space, everything relying on the physiological machinery of the retina. No wonder the starting point needed elaboration. He proposed that space perception should be considered within a ground theory. The eye is in the head, attached to a body in contact with the ground. Similarly, there is a layout of objects, not abstract points, along the ground. Already you can appreciate how the light is structured in a way that relates the animal and its environment. This simple change makes a large difference.
So it makes a big difference for showing how a medium is structured. Michael, what else can we learn from this change?
It also establishes a strategy for the scientist to find the right system for describing the phenomenon of interest to reveal the richness of information. The animal and the environment are mutually constraining. They are a unit. Perception and action are mutually constraining. They are a unit. If you try to solve a problem with only a part of the system, say, wholly in terms of what goes on in the brain, then you'll need to invent special powers for that part of the system.
Apparently, Gibson continued to work even after leaving Smith. The need for graduate students and a more intense research environment, as well as apparently as some shenanigans from the McCarthy era, prompted a move to Cornell, where he produced 2 more books and many articles in the most selective journals of our field. What is notable here, Michael?
One thing we see is his abiding concern with getting the language right. He complained that the use of terms and concepts in psychology was often vague and contradictory. He wouldn't let words like form, stimulus, sensitivity, and information serve merely as placeholders, which is how they often were treated in literature. They had to be used consistently and with precision.
And Bob?
We see that he didn't shy away from confronting the requirements of his own radical theory. How are orientation and locomotion controlled, if not just by brain? What is required for an ecological optics? Since sensations are not specific to the environment, they cannot be the basis of perception. So what is the basis of perception? Everyday visual perception, as opposed to contrived laboratory seeing, is surely based on detecting information. Coming to terms with that requires a broad-based ecological approach.
So Gibson is telling the field of psychology that they've got their foundations wrong, they're asking the wrong questions about the wrong problems, and they're sloppy in talking about it. Have I got that right, Michael?
Yes, he questioned views that had been taken for granted for centuries, but he was compelled by the evidence from his own research. During World War II, for example, his work for the aviation psychology program of the Army Air Forces convinced him that what psychologists thought they knew about the perception of motion and space was irrelevant to the practical problems faced by pilots who had to engage in actions such as navigating and landing a plane.
One imagines that despite all of the awards, he encountered resistance. Bob?
Psychologists absolutely hate the assertion that perception is direct, that it requires no inferential step and no processing.
Oops, where'd you go?
My page is stuck together. It requires no processing of information. They dispute that information can be rich without the richness being computed. Because Gibson did not share the concern for how the brain implements steps or carries out computations, he was deemed irrelevant for a field that showed increasing faith in neuroscience. Nevertheless, in his last years, he occupied a peculiar position in his field. He was simultaneously its most eminent and most dissident member.
How did adversaries engage with his ideas, Michael? No, you should be on here. Next page. Next page. You didn't lose a page. You just didn't turn the page. There you go.
Oh, thank you.
How did they engage with his
Thank you,
ideas?
Madam. Yes. Oftentimes, they didn't engage so much as co-opt ideas they found compelling, gradients, optic flow, invariance, affordances were simply appropriated. It is not unusual for Gibson's ideas to be severed from their theoretical underpinnings and then assimilated into the entrenched view. Invariants become fancy cues.
I remember as a graduate student in the late 1970s that you two would get invited to special conferences where you were the only representatives of the ecological approach and engaged in intellectual fisticuffs, debating assumptions and implications. Did Gibson do those kinds of conferences, Bob?
Jimmy couldn't do this himself because of his bad hearing. The background noise in a big gathering made it impossible for him. He was excellent one-on-one and in giving talks, and he would answer all questions. But he couldn't engage the conversational rhythm that often demanded quick responses.
When you talked to him about the nature of the resistance you encountered, what did he think, Michael?
I remember once he complained after a debate with some staunch inference fans. Those fools don't want laws. Although fools was not the F word he used.
With respect to his influence on cognitive psychology, these images show books or special issues of journals that are concerned with Gibson's ecological approach. So we'll highlight a few of these. The first image is by David Levine, perhaps the greatest caricaturist of the 20th century. It appeared in the New York Review of Books along with Gombrich's review of Gibson's biography by Ed Reed. It has been said that having Levine go at you certified your significance, no matter how he made you look. Fortunately for Gibson, Levine went for avuncular. Next is a collection of essays on the occasion of Gibson's retirement in 1974. That's a fairly common kind of tribute. But then we get to works that are specifically aimed at understanding his approach, and this is what we think is particularly unusual. The book, Cognition and Reality by Ulrich Neisser was quite important. Michael, please tell us why.
Neisser was known as the father of cognitive psychology, following publication of his foundational book by that title in 1967. But less than a decade later, he came out with Cognition and Reality, which was written from a largely ecological view and is dedicated to both Gibsons. By 1976, Neisser had concluded that cognitive psychology had to take careful note of the Gibson's view, that in order to understand behavior, we have to start with an analysis of the information directly available to any perceiving organism. For him to say that was astonishing.
The rest of these have come out in the decades after Gibson's death in 1979, including a journal. Bob, I know that you were involved in that.
We started the journal Ecological Psychology, as well as a book series and a society to allow people to publish their articles and discuss their work within that perspective, without always having to justify taking an ecological approach. It allows scholars to pay attention to developing something within the approach, not simply fighting off the same shop-worn criticisms. A number of special issues have focused on debates within ecological psychology. Affordances, development, ecological neuroscience, and several issues on language.
Earlier, we noted that Gibson's work is often said to be ahead of its time. Could you tell us a little bit more about that, Bob?
In a review of Gibson's last book, the editor of the journal Experimental Psychology concluded that Gibson's ideas are a whole generation ahead of most of cognitive psychology.
And Michael?
There was a special issue of Psychological Review on the occasion of that journal's 100th anniversary in 1994. They chose a small number of papers that had appeared in the journal, with the requirement that they are, in quotations, they are fun to read today and about which something interesting can be said from today's vantage point. One of their choices was a Gibson paper from 1954. His commentators were top names in vision science, who said things like, his work here was prophetic, anticipating neurophysiological discoveries and inspiring more studies. One of the commentators speculated that this was due to Jimmy's conviction that important phenomena should not be left out of the psychology of perception, simply because they were difficult to study with available experimental methods.
Of course, people often complain that Gibson's contributions were lost or discounted because of his broad theoretical perspective and his refusal to water down what they saw as his radical realism. Bob?
Yes, but another commentator confessed that one could argue that Gibson's radical stance has been partially vindicated by recent developments in neuroscience, as well as advances in computer vision, where thinking has shifted to an emphasis on vision-guided behavior that is active and goal-directed. These advances happened once technology caught up to Jimmy's insights.
In a special issue of the journal Perception, dedicated to Gibson's ecological approach that came out in 2021, it was suggested that Gibson may well have influenced those technological advances. Michael, tell us about that.
Jim Todd, a UConn alumnus and prominent vision scientist, pointed out that Jimmy correctly identified almost all of the basic optical principles that are necessary to simulate patterns of shading. Todd noted that while it's difficult to know to what extent Gibson's writings may have influenced the early development of computer graphics, it is the case that the earliest research on global illumination was performed at Cornell University. One of those researchers told Todd that some members of that team took courses from Gibson.
At the end of his last book, Gibson asked, "What is the future of this approach? It needs to be tested experimentally, it needs to be clarified further, and its implications need to be followed up." Clearly, a lot of that has been happening over the past 40 years and continues. What particular implication would each of you like to see followed up? Michael?
I go back to that essay from 1928. As I see it, we have to confront the implications of what kind of science is entailed by a theory of perception and action for all organisms, not just animalia and not just organisms with brains. My favorite example these days is difflusia, a single-celled organism that finds bits of mineral of different sizes that it orders and assembles into a shell that protects it. The pleated collar of that shell can also be used to scrape the outer layer off a prey item so that it can be ingested. After difflusia has first reoriented the prey to put it in feet first. Am I? After,
That's right. And
remember. And remember, thank you very much. We're talking single cell, no brain. It's searching, sorting, building, foraging, probing, and so on. Even for difflusia, we have to worry about information that allows it to do what it does. What kind of science will be entailed that will allow us to be clever enough to uncover the information? Just a point by being reiterative, difflusia is the direction to understand our problems more, understand them better. I recommend that you check out difflusia.
And Bob, what do you think needs to be pursued?
I also go back to one of the legacies of his Smith College years, the Gibson and Crookes paper, 1938, which tried to conceptualize the organism-environment interaction in field theoretic terms, the field of safe travel. This has been elaborated and generalized in the ensuing decades in the optic flow and for steering through cluttered environments. In these examples, an active intentional agent is implied. I think the main task for contemporary ecological psychology is to make intention formally explicit. How do you actualize a goal path? I've been struck by the similarity to the physicist Richard Feynman's path description of a moving particle in a field.
Bob, could you just move to the left a little bit because your shoulder's blocking the words on the screen there. Lean this way. Just lean this way a little bit so they can, no, to the left. The other left, yeah. Lean towards me a little bit more. Oh, put your book down. Put your book down. Never mind. It says a moving particle in a field.
Oh, that's Bob.
Okay, continue.
Oh, that's Bob there.
Yeah, that's Bob there. Okay, so sorry.
And I'm moving.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm thoroughly
Yeah,
lost.
now how do you actualize a goal path? So you've been struck by Feynman.
Yeah.
You're in bold up here. Here you go.
I've been struck by Feynman's path integral that he's used in quantum mechanics. It provides a process for squeezing out the degrees of freedom from an affordance to yield a specific actual action.
So, sorry.
It's related to least action, and it gives an explicit theory of least action that goes way beyond what the mechanics does.
So we've got Feynman path integrals in quantum mechanics, single-celled difflugia, building and foraging. What kind of science will be entailed? Indeed. What do you think Gibson would have thought of your pursuits?
I think he would have appreciated the effort. I know that in the midst of debates about ideas close to your heart, you'd look at him and see that he was smiling and enjoying it. His sheer joy in the pursuit of truth was infectious. He would tell me with great glee, "Oh, you're more radical than I am." Years later, when I was asked to be one of the people to give his eulogy, Jackie told me that it was because he respected my radical attitude. It was more like his own, which I probably learned from him.
James Gibson complained in 1972 that psychology, or at least American psychology, is a second-rate discipline. The main reason is that it does not stand in awe of its subject matter. Psychologists have too little respect for psychology. As we've seen this afternoon, both Gibsons had great respect for the complexity of perception and action, which they considered fundamental to all psychology. And because of that respect for the challenges of the problems posed by psychology, after decades of reading and studying their work, we still stand in awe of them. And we will end there. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? What would you have said if you hadn't had your puppet string? Peter.
Smith is still an undergraduate institution. How would you define structure, what Gibson's talking about in terms of perception, into a course taught at an undergraduate level? What courses should be taken preparing you to work effectively in the field that you just described?
Well, I must confess, I taught undergraduates Gibson for decades. And I never found any particular complexity. I never found any reason for them to be so puzzled.
But you always said that if you were going to design a major, the last thing you'd want people to do would be to take intro psych. You'd really want them to be taking other things. So I think that's the basis of Peter's question, is what do you think they should be trained? What do you think would constitute good training for undergraduates who would work on the problems of perception and action?
Which they do.
But what would you like them to take?
Which courses?
Yeah.
There are pages of those courses.
Okay.
Since I used those courses.
So it is,
Forgive me.
when I taught undergraduate perception, using examples like difflugia, and in particular the example I used was with plants, where you describe what the plants can do, but you don't say that they're plants. So you say, imagine that you had a participant who would, I have to remember the details here, who would go to eat the thing that was more nutritious than the other thing. Or imagine that you had a participant who would attack somebody who bit it to hurt it, or somebody who cut it accidentally. And so imagine that you had these participants who could make those distinctions. How would you explain their behavior? And then you get all sorts of standard regulation by the brain stories. And then you say, now imagine that what I told you about was a plant, because plants can do that. They can discriminate friend from foe, edible from inedible, more nutritious from less nutritious. So I think you'd have to start with, is there a course in plant behavior? I mean, that would be the sort of course you would like to invent, something in plant behavior where people could get an appreciation for the complexity of the problem, that it is, and the fact that it's not a special human problem. So I think it's really the orientation of any of our normal courses. But if you start them with examples that give the students an appreciation for how broad these problems are, that they're not things that are simply confronted by us alone, then you can eventually get to, well, yeah, but humans do some very interesting and special things. What makes those that much more interesting or special? How do they do it? Do they have to do it in a different way? So I think you need to give them a foundation in what is common across organisms before they can really appreciate what's special. And I'm sure that's what they would say had I written it down for them.
Well, I would go even a step further and say it's not only convincing students that all living life forms require being looked at seriously from the standpoint of Gibson and action and perception, but that you should also recognize that when you get away from life forms to inanimate systems like black holes, that you run into similar problems, which is somewhat surprising. For instance, it's known that when matter approaches a black hole, the black hole begins to increase its size as a function of the amount of matter that's approaching it before the matter ever reaches it. So how does the black hole anticipate the incoming of the material? Well, we don't have any information for that. We don't have any understanding of what the mechanism is for, but that is a fact. And there are other facts like that that you find in the, if you want to call it, the inanimate world. So it's not just looking at the animate world more broadly, it's looking at the inanimate world with an understanding that there are fundamental issues that have been around because it's the nature of nature.
What kind of science, indeed. I will also comment that Michael once wrote a paper in 1991 called Thermodynamic Reasons for Perception Action Cycles. So this really is a deep science. Right? And so thermodynamics would be one of the courses you might recommend that students take. And it's really appreciating the nature of the system, as Jimmy well appreciated. So you have the organism and the environment is the unit that has to be studied. And so that we have to develop an appreciation for the nature of the unit to be studied and the sorts of principles that will be brought to bear and if you want to just call them parallels to other kinds of systems. We do have now at UConn, we have a lab we have actually 2 labs in, let's see, they're called SOFI, which is, what does that mean? Foraging implementation. Self-organized foraging implementation. And one is the electronic self-organized foraging implementation, and the other is the chemical self-organized foraging implementation. So these are non-animate systems where we put them in an environment in which they can self-organize and become foragers, and perhaps become learners, certainly become discriminators. And so what's the nature of the information there? So you have electrical gradients and chemical gradients. So Jimmy insights still persist in this domain.
I don't think so. We don't have to, Bob, we don't have to convince students. We have to introduce students to new ways of thinking or other ways of thinking. Invite them to think with you as opposed to I'm giving you a doctor and listen to me and believe. But that's a quibble.
Yeah, he was just quibbling with you, said we have to convince, and you don't really mean we have to convince them, but we have to engage with them in a lively way so that they might come to appreciate that.
Well, I'm not going into seduction.
I don't think I said that, but okay. Yes, MJ. Very good, very good. From the cat, yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. Is there anyone else out there, up there? I think that, oh, there's one, yes.
I wasn't going to say this, but I can't resist. So, throughout you've said that the information in the world is there for any perceiving organism. And now, over the last few minutes, I've heard you mention things that aren't organisms at all. So I am wondering about the fate of artificial intelligence and artificial vision. So I assume that it would be inevitable that you involve robotics, because if the organism doesn't move, then there isn't a unit. But is there any way for a non-moving artificial intelligence to learn anything about perception of events, let's say, in the world?
Well, I mean, I think the plant work plants are sessile. There are some that do move, but so it's not. I think movement is. I mean, that's just the easier way for us to talk. But behavior is something that we also have to learn to respect, and what counts as behavior. And you see that a lot in plants, that simply by moving towards the sun or sending their roots in particular directions. I'm not sure about artificial intelligence. I think learning the sorts of behaviors that really constitute perception action achievements might guide them towards more fruitful experimental directions. But that's all I would have to say. Tesla. The car, yeah, the car. Bob, you want to, do you have anything to add?
Well, I've always worried about how you characterize a system in general, and then get specific with systems that would apply to fish, to amoeba, to inanimate objects, and so forth. That there's a general theory of intelligence and a general theory of intention that can be applied across the board. That it's not just about biological creatures. So yes, we want to look at all biological creatures, but we also want to look at those natural systems that seem to reflect some of the same type of, quotes, raw intelligence that we evolve into. Because if we evolve into it, it must have been there in some guise for us to do so. So I worry about what the systems might be.
I think we should end there because we almost got back on time. So good for us, yes. All righty. Cool.
Hi, everyone. If it's not too soon, I think we'll move on to the next session. We're nearing the end, so we're going to have an open discussion for the audience to join in. The first part, which I think will be of interest to our alums, is, a general, open to reminisce about their memories with the psychology department. Would anyone like to begin?
Hi, everyone. I graduated in December of 2019, so I was fortunate enough to avoid the pandemic in my learning experience. I also had quite a delayed start to the psychology program because I went on medical leave in my first year. And I studied at my local community college before coming back to Smith and completing my studies. But I absolutely loved my time in the psychology department. I had the fortunate experience of working with Randy Frost, who I believe is not here. But I worked with him in his lab on OCD and hoarding disorder, and I made friends with a lot of people in my cohort, and it set the groundwork for my graduate experience. I'm now currently a PhD student at Hofstra University, and very much looking forward to starting my own career in research and clinical practice. So Smith was really the place where I started my passion for psychology, and I very much appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Would anyone else like to volunteer?
Thank you. Well, I'm James Gibson Jr., so I'm the son of Jimmy and Jackie Gibson, and I'm not a psychologist. So I thought I might be able to provide a little bit of historical perspective, however, that you might find interesting, and it'll be short. Instead of following in my parents' footsteps, I studied and became an infectious disease physician and a medical epidemiologist. So the coronavirus pandemic has kept me pretty busy after my second retirement. But I became a physician, and in spite of my father's firm belief that medicine had far too little understanding of the human mind to pretend to understand or to presume to treat its pathologies. But in spite of that, I went in that direction. He never considered an MD a real doctoral degree, I think, though he was too kind to say so. I grew up here in Northampton from age 5 to 9, along with my sister, and that was after 4 years in the West Coast for World War II and before we moved to Cornell. But I was reminded, looking at the Smith campus again today, and at our old house at 210 Elm Street, of the story of how my father and mother met. And for those who've not read Perceiving the who haven't read Perceiving the Affordances, I think I'll tell it, so you should know it. In her junior year, at the end of her junior year here at Smith, Jackie was named one of a handful of junior ushers. Apparently it's the equivalent of what we called junior marshals at my college. And this was for the seniors' graduation weekend, and the duties involved carrying the ivy chain at the graduation procession. Some of you will know what that means. And also serving punch at the seniors' graduate parents' garden party. And there, Jackie had to shelter from an unexpected rainstorm and found shelter along with a new junior assistant professor, apparently a fairly popular one, I would imagine under an umbrella somewhere. and they started to talk. He drove her home in his, I think, a Model A Ford, and she hurried the next day before getting on the train to Peoria, Illinois, to change her senior course selection to his 2-semester experimental psychology course, a rigorous course that you've heard a little about. After graduation, she got a teaching assistantship, worked with James as her thesis advisor. You know, it's interesting, such a relationship might be frowned on today, but it had a very respectable outcome. They got married right after her master's degree. There's lots more stories in this intellectual biography of the couple, James Gibson and Eleanor Jack Gibson, and it's highly readable. I read all the chapters handed me by my mother or emailed to me as it was being written. And I can recommend it being readable, although some of the juiciest stories from Cornell were left out, as befits a very respectable lady from the Midwest originally. My sister is a Smith alumna, and so she and I lived here from 1945 to 49. I remember playing with the sons of Fritz Heider, who was also mentioned here, a Gestalt psychologist who did that wonderful film that we all drew inferences from and is still used. His older son, Carl, happens to be an anthropologist and former chair of the department at University of South Carolina. I see him all the time. I think they're doing this live stream now. Well, I promised my wife to keep this short. So my take-home message is just that Northampton was a wonderful place to grow up in, just as Smith College has clearly been a stimulating and supportive intellectual environment for young women. So thank you to both for me.
We're still opening it up to any alums or faculty or even current students who want to reminisce on psychology's past, their experiences here at Smith, favorite memories, if they would like to share.
Thank you. Hi. My name's Makela. I'm actually a first year here at Smith. I've been here for 3 weeks, so I don't have a lot of experience or can reminisce, but Bami and I, who's a really close friend of mine, we're taking a class by Beth Powell, who's in the psychology department. She's a fantastic teacher, professor, and we're taking clinical neuroscience, which is cross-listed as a neuroscience class and a psychology class, and it's been one of the best classes I've ever taken to understand the depth of the human mind, clinical disorders, and her work, and also the field itself of psychology and neuroscience. So far in the 3 weeks I've been here and taking the class has been amazing. And I'm so inspired. So, thank you.
Thank you. We can move on to pointed questions that we have previously solicited from students. By the way, hi, I'm Pamela. I'm currently a senior. I'm supposed to be moderating this discussion. And of course, if you have questions that you would like to ask the rest of the room, please. I think Brianna right now has the mic, so flag her down, and so does MJ. The first question that we have that was recommended to us by a student was, in what ways do you feel that either teaching or studying psychology uniquely contributed to your relationship with mental health? I know that mental health is a huge topic, especially right now, and it's a really deep and important concern for a lot of the students here at Smith. So would love to hear your thoughts on that. That is so okay. And we can always circle back around to questions if anyone has input, but perhaps a broader question we can ask is, what newly emerging topics in psychology do you hope to see being researched at Smith, maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, especially if it's like a continuation of a field you're currently passionate in? I agree. That is incredibly fascinating, and I hope someone does their honors thesis on that one day. Would anyone here like to share what they're currently researching? If you are a faculty or a Smith student?
So I'm not going to share what I'm currently researching. I mean, I could, but I actually wanted to put some pressure on the students I'm standing amongst and ask this question to all of you. And you being Smithies, I know you can handle this question. What do you want to learn? What do you hope we were teaching you in your classes in Smith? Count on Ileana.
I am also a current senior, and I think it would be really interesting if we had some neuropsychology specific classes, because we have a lot of classes that are cross-listed in neuroscience and psychology, but I think it would be interesting to get some baseline knowledge about that topic before, grad school.
Thank you. Thank you. See, always can count on Smithies.
Hi, my name is Vivian, and I'm a current senior. I am in Brianna's lab, and one of my favorite courses that I have taken at Smith in the psychology department was Brain States with Beth Powell, and I would love to see more positive psychology, wellness psychology courses at Smith, and I think that would be a great opportunity to cultivate an environment where students can rest and instill healthy habits while studying.
I'm Isabella. I'm also a senior at Smith. Let's see. I've taken a lot of psych courses that I really, really liked, but there was one that was being offered at Amherst this semester that I really wanted to take. It was in clinical assessments, and I feel Smith, to my knowledge, hadn't offered anything like that before, or at least it wasn't on any registrar. And then that class got canceled this semester. I was going to take it, but not enough people signed up, which I thought was really weird because I feel like if that were to be offered here, it would be waitlisted. So I think that that's something that I would have liked to have had during my time here, but yeah.
Well, sorry. I was just talking to Jill about, if you could go back and take a class, what would you take a class in? And she said AI, and I actually kind of agree. I think something about the psychology of dealing with very human-like robots and the kind of ethical questions around that and the kind of uncanny valley that happens when they get too lifelike, and just kind of thinking about design elements and kind of questions and ethics and philosophy around that, and the kind of psychology of robots.
I'm here with my partner, Becky, and I just came up for a ride. I'm a social studies teacher, so my extent of psychology knowledge is I did some educational psychology, and I'm getting a master's in applied behavior analysis, so I'm like snaking through in some way, so something pops up and I'm like, I have no idea what someone's talking about, so I have to go and spend 3 hours researching it. I drove a Tesla for the first time like last month and put it in self-driving mode, and I was terrified of it because I was like, what am I doing here? And I actually read up thinking about it from like, and it kind of reminded me of having the conversation on stage earlier about gaining that information and how the vehicle perceives and how the computer perceives its environment. And it made me less afraid when I realized that all the cars are doing when they have that computer are able to perceive and gain millions of miles of driving information that humans will never ever possibly receive. And that was like, and I thought about that and I said, this car knows more about driving in any situation it comes upon than I can ever figure out in my life. And that was kind of the moment when I read that, I said, oh, okay, this makes sense now. And I was able to kind of like put aside those fears. And like, I know they now actually have totally autonomous vehicles that are actually on the road. And I'm like, I think I could get into one. It's playing mind games, but I'd be like, okay, I get it, what's going on right now. So that's what my thoughts are on that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Khadija, and I'm a current freshman. So I started taking psychology class. Right now, I'm taking Introduction to Psychology. And my first class was, I don't know, was crazy for me because that was the first time facing things in psychology, and we started with neuroscience. Everything like in the brain was too much for me. And I was so confused. But after that, I found the book and read a lot about it. I'm seeing it's very interesting, and I'm starting to really like it. That's why I'm here today. So I'm very excited for the psychology classes I will be taking at Smith. I think it's very important to know about ourselves, because the first time I learned about the perception, I started looking at things differently. Yeah, I started considering, oh, this is why it looks like this, and that's because of psychology. I haven't noticed that before, so I'm looking forward to learn more about it. Thank you.
I think there's a raised hand up in the back.
Hi again. I think a class that I'd like to take in the future is another class of Beth Powell's. It's called psychopharmacology. I was like, I don't even know what that means. That's a very complicated word. But she described it to us in such a beautiful way. I had never learned anything like that in my high school biology class. She described things about neurotransmitters and release of neurotransmitters, and how those small molecular processes can affect clinical disorders like ADHD and schizophrenia. And those small actions that happen at a molecular level, I was blown away. And it sounds really cool. So I'd like to take that class in the future. Yeah.
I think there's someone else to the right side of the room.
Hi, my name is Lana, and I'm also a senior. I would like to see more classes that combines public health and mental health. More specifically, like how to be able to recognize that this region in this part of the world have a mental health disorders that recognized as an epidemic, and to have more statistics course in the Department of Psychology, like to learn statistics in a context.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm also a senior, and I'm hoping to go into clinical social work, and that's something that I wished I knew more about and taken some classes. What are the differences between social work or clinical social work and psychology? How are they similar, and what do these jobs and careers look like? And especially with Smith's wonderful School of Social Work, I think that would be a really great thing to learn about before I go into the world of social work.
Hi, I'm also a senior, and kind of going off of that point, like, I'm really interested in school psychology and educational psychology, and I've been really grateful to all my advisors who I bug constantly about kind of cobbling together like a psychology and education double major to kind of make that possible. But I think it would be really cool to see more tracks within the psychology department and some that are more applicable to jobs like being a school psychologist or being a school counselor that are slightly different from being a clinician.
I think one of my takeaways from hearing all of these students sharing where their interests lay is, and I want to throw this question at the senior colleagues in the field who are in the room, is that there's this impetus for applied research. And today we talked a lot about kind of more basic science, and I'm curious if this is a shift that you see within the field, or is this a shift within the generation that's bubbling up into the field now? So where is the field right now?
I want to push back a little at drawing too sharp a distinction between basic research and applied research, and maybe I can do it by just giving one example of research that I'm engaged in. So I've really spent my life in the laboratory studying infants and young children and asking basic science questions about what they know and how they learn. And at one point, I was challenged by a not yet, though now, Nobel Prize winning economist who said, this is Esther Duflo, who said, you've been sitting in your ivory tower and you've been asking all these questions, and do you have any interest in doing anything useful in the world, okay? And in particular, she said, we're doing research in lots of countries. I'll give you one example, India, where it used to be the case that there were, a generation ago, that there were many, many, many children who never even got to school. And that problem has been solved. Children in India are now in school. They're not out begging on the streets or wandering around. They are in school. The problem is different. The problem is that there are very good NGOs there, that, in particular, a wonderful education NGO called Pratham, that every year gives a report card on the whole country and what the children at different grade levels in school have actually learned. And the report card shows that their learning is vastly lower than the curriculum has specified the benchmarks for learning to be. That most of what's being taught in the schools to these children is not being learned, okay? And everything that we knew from our studies in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and from other people who'd done versions of these studies in other parts of the world, is that there was every reason to expect Indian children to be learning every bit as effectively as children in Cambridge, Massachusetts learn, but they weren't, okay? And it raised the question, why, and what could be done about this? And the challenge that was being put to me is, can we leverage anything that we've learned from basic research on children's learning in the laboratory to come up with some ideas that were worth evaluating, not to simply implement them, but to evaluate them in the field, in classrooms in India or in preschools in India, to put kids in a better position to be learning in school. And that started me on a 9-year long now venture of running successions of randomized controlled experiments in India, where we do piloting with local teams there, all run through the Jameel Poverty Action Lab, which I would highly recommend to anyone who's interested in this kind of research. They're the ones who are actually doing the work on the ground. But we're meeting with them weekly, or more often sometimes, to be looking at results of pilot experiments, looking at what happens when we do variations on them to try to come up with things that are more effective. Okay. Now, when I first started doing this, I thought, this is moonlighting for me from my real job, right? My real job is basic science and cognitive development, and this is moonlighting. But the more I do it, I feel like that's not true at all. I feel like I get fundamental insights into children's learning as I see what's going on in the field. After all, children aren't learning in the 25-minute long sessions in which I test them in the laboratory, and they're not learning under the pristine conditions of a laboratory, right? They're learning in noisy environments, in homes and in their neighborhoods and in schools, and they're learning over time scales of weeks and months and years, not of single visits to the lab. So I felt as if this was opening up all kinds of further basic research questions on learning and shedding light on some of them, or at least giving us guideposts for how to think in my basic science about how learning was occurring. But I also could see effects going in the other direction. I mean, a big problem with doing field research is you do a large scale, thousands of kids field experiment in one place over years, right? 4 years maybe for one experiment, if we want to look at learning over the long term. And now you've learned something about what happens in that place. What can you take from what you've learned and generalize it to other places, or kids in other cultures, or kids in that culture but at other ages, or in other subject matters? We've been focused on mathematics. Can this teach us anything about reading? Now, you need the basic science in order to even think about the problem of how to generalize from one practical question to another one. So one thing that I would consider, I hear a lot of people really interested in psychology because it gives you knowledge that you can put into practice to make a difference in the world, and that's great. But I would think more about what I find especially fun and rewarding at this point is that I don't feel anymore like I have one job that's my day job and another job that's my moonlighting. I feel like there's kind of one job and it's pointing in two directions and they're mutually reinforcing each other. That's a really nice place to be. I don't know if that actually answered anybody's question, but.
Sorry. I forgot to say this. First of all, just to reinforce what you said, as I think most of us know, one of the impacts of the coronavirus pandemic over the last 2.5 years has been a serious impairment of educational quality, or at least of delivery, to children, particularly primary school children, particularly in low-income school districts, and particularly in marginalized populations, although I think we've seen it widely. And for this, the basic science necessary to understand it is an understanding of viral transmission, which is different. But I just wanted to say, I would really think we all owe a great vote of thanks to Professor Wraga and to your committee and to the distinguished speakers that I've had the pleasure of hearing today for a remarkable symposium, and thank you.
I think do you want one that works?
I just wanted to add to the basic and applied research. Oh, there we go. Basic and applied research question. Remember that Jimmy Gibson wanted to understand the practical problem of landing a plane on an aircraft carrier and thought that none of ordinary psychology was relevant to that. Michael Turvey wanted to understand problems like how do you learn to throw a hammer or do the long jump, and none of ordinary psychology was relevant to that. Jimmy developed this very deep and rich theory of perception that was necessary to handle the practical problem. Michael developed a theory of action to complement that is necessary to understand skilled coordination. I think what we need is more liaising between applied labs and basic labs. So when I was talking about the self-organized foraging implementations, we sometimes give them clinical injuries. So with Jeff Kinsella-Shaw from our physical therapy department at UConn, we are trying to do parallels of motor deficits or sensory deficits in the electronic system or in the chemical system that gives us insights into the fluent behavior by the fluent systems. And I think you just need more crosstalk between those kinds of laboratories and endeavors. Take it away, it's scary.
So what I've seen in my field is we all are looking at a lot of information these days, a lot of graphs, a lot of visualizations of all sorts of information, learning rates, illness around the world, weather maps, and so on. But that information has to be displayed properly in order for people to be able to understand it easily and well. And so the Gestalt principles and object perception ideas are being used to understand how best to visualize data. That's a really interesting applied use of the work I talked about.
Would anyone else like to chime in, even if you're faculty or student, on the question of applied versus basic research? Before we end off, in that case, does anyone in the audience want to pose a question?
Testing, yeah, hi. Hello, if you don't know me, my name is Namdi Pol. I'm a current chair of Psych Department, and it's been a wonderful symposium. Thank you to my predecessor, MJ, and new faculty member, Brianna, for organizing. So my question, I guess, to whoever wants to pick this up is, this is our centennial, 100 years birthday of the Smith Psychology Department. So I guess the question is, what do we hope we're talking about 100 years from now? And today, we talked about a lot of things, and I guess I'm curious to know if you imagine, try to project into the future. And for me, coming in at the ground floor of the beginning of the next 100 years of the Psych Department and having some role in navigating the department for the next couple of years, I'm curious to know what colleagues, guests, or even students think would be something we hope we're talking about 100 years from now, something we can see as our legacy for the next 100. So I'll put, and see if anybody has any thoughts about that. I'll see if anybody wants to, and if you pick like a topic or something you hope is on the agenda, because whether it be, it's not, oh yeah, good, someone in the back there.
Hi, my name is Lily. I'm a junior and a half at Smith, and I'm a psych major. Something that I would like to see is maybe a more multicultural understanding of psychics, if that makes any sense. Like, I just feel like I really want to understand the difference between schizophrenia and someone who has psychic abilities. I know in ancient cultures, sorry, I have like social anxiety, so it's like hard to talk. But I know in ancient cultures, they often found that someone who was born, who would now be called schizophrenic, was actually a gifted individual, and they would use them to help predict things about the future for their community and connect to their ancestors. So yeah, I think just like understanding that distinction would be really cool. Maybe having a more cognitive understanding of that process and how that connects to Buddhist philosophy would be really cool.
Well, thank you. So someone else in the back. Yeah, great comment. You know, it strikes me that psychology has a habit of trying to put forward universal claims. You know, we want to be a science. This is something that often gets referred to as physics envy in our field. We want to be seen as a real science. And in doing that, we tend to overlook cultural variation and kind of want to tell one story. So you're really asking for a psychology that encompasses different perspectives on the same phenomenon in a better way. So that's really interesting. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jeff Shaw from the University of Connecticut, and I just wanted to commend you all on this today and say if you haven't taken time to read the posters, please do. I just started reading one and got hooked and was stuck out there, and just the chronicle of learning and support for higher levels of scholarship in women is just astounding that's chronicled in those posters. And I would want to say that one of the things I would hope that we could see come out of this department, given its legacy, is that in the next 100 years, it's made a real contribution to the dissemination of the kind of thinking and cultural attitudes that have allowed women to thrive here and to build things out in a way that will help to some degree negate the incredible dissemination of misinformation that promulgates ignorance, racism, gender bias, and all these things. And to help people develop a more profound appreciation for approaching these things with a rational basis and an ethical basis. So I think that that's something you should be very proud of in terms of your legacy that's really captured quite wonderfully by the posters out there. And that would be something that if I were to come back and visit this place for your next 100-year celebration, I'd like to see that you continued on that developmental arc. Thank you.
I was going to say a very similar thing, so at first I gave the microphone back, but I've taken it back again. I have been impressed at what I've heard about how Smith College educates the students who are here. The openness, the support of your curiosity, of your creativity, your ability to exchange ideas with each other, to express what you'd like to see, what you have learned already. And I hope that at the next 100-year anniversary, at the 200-year anniversary, we would, well, I won't be here, but someone will hear the same sorts of things, that the quality of the education that is going on here has been maintained. It is impressive, in my view.
All right, thank you all so much.
We're going to end it.
Thank you all so much for your really insightful comments and questions. Thank you for your input. This is our Psychology Centennial. We are all part of making history at Smith. And to end off, I will pass the mic to Professor Brianna McMillan, who will give our closing remarks.
I just wanted to say one thing, too, before Brianna. Brianna will close it, but I just wanted to thank everyone for coming. I'd like to thank Jeff Kinsella for mentioning the posters, because I spent the first 3 months of my sabbatical working on those posters, so I appreciate that you like them. And I believe that this has been an historic event, and I appreciate everyone who participated, so thank you all. And right after Brianna does the closing remarks, we'll have a nice reception at the conference center, and everyone's invited. Thanks.
All right, hello everyone. I probably should have introduced myself earlier since I've been bopping around a lot, but I am Brianna McMillan. I am an assistant professor in the department. I joined here in 2020, so my first year here was a pandemic year. This is my first fully regular year here, I think, and it's been amazing to be here with the Smith community at such an important time when we can celebrate 100 years of history. So in sharing closing remarks today, I wanted to first cover lots of thank yous. So I want to thank MJ Wraga, the student volunteers. MJ decided we should do the symposium. I jumped on board as colloquium planner for the department, and this has been quite the labor of love. And I think I can speak for MJ when I say that I'm sure she is excited to get to the reception and celebrate and actually enjoy the fullness of her sabbatical without having to do research on the history of the department. But we are very excited that you've done this and that you've shared that with us, and your vision led us here today to this coming to fruition. I want to thank each of the invited speakers who shared the amazing legacies of Kurt Kafka, Eleanor Gibson, and James Gibson, and shared how these researchers have had an impact on the field of psychology. Thank you for enriching our understanding of these pioneers of the field and helping us see how their legacies continue today. I'd also like to thank our alumni panelists. I think you were all so generous and candid in sharing your own personal journeys with us today, and the students, past and present, really are the heart of Smith. And your time today was such a selfless gift to the department, so thank you for coming here and sharing that today. And finally, I want to thank everyone who has sat through the past 5-6 hours, however long this has been going on, both in person and online. I think I can safely say that we've all been through a lot in the past several years, a number of rough moments. But I think one of the amazing things that have come from this is this ability to connect from afar. And so it's so amazing that we were able to connect to alums who couldn't make it here physically now today. So I'm sure I speak for many of you in saying that I hope what we've started here, what we've done here is just the beginning. And we take this momentum and use it to continue to build connections with one another. And I think I've noticed that throughout the symposium and the talks here, connection is an overarching theme that keeps coming up. The connection to the past and the history, the connection of ideas, connections between an undergraduate student who fancies a professor, which is very unspoken of today. And ultimately, all of this rich history is getting woven into the tapestry of Smith College and who we are as a department. And it, of course, shifts with time and with interests, and I think it's going to be exciting to see where we go with all of this. I just want to bring some of the different ways I was thinking about connections that came up. So across the talks and panels, we've had this unintentional theme. So we also have this theme in a lot of the things that we do at Smith College. So there are lots of official and unofficial traditions that connect students together, like apple picking on Mountain Day, Ivy Day that was alluded to earlier, the primal scream, which I have experienced living very close to the quad. It's very alarming when students just start screaming in the middle of the night. It's the impromptu meetings that we can have now, just popping in with each other and, celebrating with each other and commiserating with each other when we're going through our struggles. All of this helps us realize that we're not alone and that we can connect and work together. And it's all of the distinguished scholars who came here to share not their own very exciting work, but to actually share the work of others, which is not something that a lot of researchers, scholars would do. And so I think it's amazing how generous everyone has been in sharing with each other. And so in closing today's proceedings, I encourage all of you to make a connection with someone else, with yourself, with an idea, a feeling, chase those connections and put them into action. And so with that, I think we should go network at the conference center over some food. So thank you.